What's going on, guys? Haxa here with another episode of Skul the Hero Slayer. Although this one is not gameplay, this is a tier list. I've been talking about it for a little bit, and I think I'm ready, and I've done enough gameplay with all of these skulls to give an honest opinion that is at least pretty well informed of where I consider these skulls in the meta. So this is a skull tier list. I've been, looking forward to doing this, and I've teased it enough. It's time for it. But I do have some things to get out of the way at the beginning here. Um, I've thought a lot about this and how I'm going to go about this. I've decided to exclude any analysis about the Dark Skull boss when I'm tiering these skulls for a couple of reasons. One, because he's so much harder than literally anything you'll face in the game. He will completely skew the balance of how I can talk about all of these skulls. Also, he's an optional boss. That's another big thing. The biggest thing, though, is it's definitely a skill thing for sure. What I'm just prefacing what I'm about to say. There is, a skill gap there, but inherently, this boss will weigh every single analysis in favor of skill users and not basic attack users. So any skull that is primarily a basic attack user or even a dash skull like Pikeman is going to be tiered at a disadvantage over just a skull like Water Skull, for instance, who attacks with water waves that encompass the entire screen, or Archlich, or Archlich is a good example too. Archlich, who uses his chains and slowness, the Prison of the Damned and stuff. The problem is that like Dark Skull is so little, and he's so fast that chasing him around with a Speed Skull who is a basic attack user, such as our friend the King here, or who else? Werewolf. I mean, literally so many. Champion. So many skulls who primarily use their basic attacks. Chasing him around the screen and just hitting him constantly without taking a bunch of damage, they're at an inherent disadvantage over what, like just the skill users I was talking about. So I don't want this tier list to be like, okay, yeah, all like Archlich, S plus, and Ninja D, even though Ninja's not a basic attack user. But you go, I mean, anyone who's primarily uses their basic attacks to deal damage, such as Unknown King, for instance, would be tiered just like at an inherent like disadvantage compared to skulls who use their I don't know if that's his placement. I'll put him. He's probably here. I don't want them to be tiered lower inherently than just skill users. So, all content up to Alexander, or including Alexander, will be how I assess the position these skulls are in the meta. So, just want to get that out of the way and also explain my tiering a bit. S plus is for like the best of the best. Then you have like really incredibly good skulls. There's only going to be like 3 or 4 skulls up here, maybe 5. Then you have like the really good skulls. These are just consistent skulls. A is like, pretty good. B is like, pretty usable, I would say. C is like, this skull has some issues. And D is like, this skull is riddled with issues. It's, fine. You can win with a D tier skull. And it is also my opinion at the end of the day, so feel free to disagree. But a D tier skull is just a skull that is just riddled with issues and, going to give you a lot of trouble if you're going to use it. So, and also another way I think of, I'm sorry for how long this is, but I'm just trying to get my thoughts, like just give you guys an idea of where I'm coming from at this. But and it will be time stamped. So, if you want to skip ahead and ignore all this dumb bullshit, you can. I also very highly consider niches whenever I'm tiering a skull. Like, does this skull have a niche that it fills, and does it fill it well? So basically, like, is there a reason to use this skull over any other skull? Like, if you were doing a run and you finished it and you were like, damn, this run was sick. I only wish I had, Archlich or something, Like, if only I had him, this run would have been 10 times better. So, if a skull can make you feel that way at the end of a run, then that's a good thing. That's like a point in favor of the skull. Anyways, enough said there. Sorry for how long that was. I just wanted to explain things so you guys understand where I'm coming from and why I'm saying the things I'm saying. With all that out of the way, let's begin. Starting with Warlock, who I honestly didn't think we'd be starting with. I'm just putting him here as a placeholder. Warlock is a concentration skull. He He has like those iframes at the end of his concentration. Whenever he finishes concentrating, he unleashes a big fat move. Pretty powerful, pretty good. The good thing about Warlock is when he's concentrating, he can dash around. That's like a thing no other concentration skull can do. Which is a very big benefit for him, obviously, in terms of concentration skulls. He has, like, the thing about Warlock is he's like the meteor guy, right? Like, his big draw is the meteor attack. He has other moves that are good. I've recently become a fan of his spike skill on crit item runs. So, like, you know, there are other things he can do, but this guy's main draw is the meteors. And the meteors are very good. Like, they do a fuck ton of damage, even though the, actually, I was about to mention Dark Skull, but gotta remember, I'm not even thinking of Dark Skull here. Though it is hard not to think of the Dark Skull fight since it's such a big part of a run usually. But, against Alexander, he can hit both fists at the same time. Let's talk about Alexander. Like in the God Alexander phase of the fight, if he drops a fat meteor, he can hit both of them at the same time. So that's like a point in favor of his meteors. And in rooms, if he drops the big meteor, he can just wipe out an entire room instantly. So stuff like that is like, when you're using this skull, you're thinking about stuff like that. You know, that is the kind of thing that you're using him for. So where does that leave him in the meta? I've always considered him like a pretty A-tier skull. Like, he's not like the best of the best. He's nowhere up here. But, like, he's a good skull. And he did get, like, you know, the iframe buffs. I don't think he had the iframes the last time I tiered him. I believe last time I put him in low A. And for the record, I should have mentioned this at the start, but these are going to be ordered in left to right. From, like, you know, the leftmost is going to be the best in that tier. The rightmost is going to be the worst in that tier. So where does this leave him? For now, I think he's still an A-tier skull. Like, the iframes are obviously great. It kind of makes me feel like I probably overvalued him in my last tier list, but this was, you know, over a year ago, I think, at this point, or maybe it wasn't. I don't know, actually. God, time is so weird in 2023. But this makes me feel like I probably overvalued him in the last tier list. I still consider him an A-tier skull. But, you know, he did get buffed pretty heavily since I last talked about him. So, very good skull. I don't think he's S tier. I think he's A tier. Let's move on to Archlich. Archlich, placeholder for the record. This is a Nat legendary skull. He definitely has taken some nerfs over his existence in this game. For those who are new to this game, believe it or not, you know his chain move that is on a up plus attack. You don't have to hold up and attack at the same time to use it. That used to be a skill that he could use back in the day, back in the good old days when Archlich was better. However, the devs, for some reason, took that away from him back in like 1.4, I think. It's been a while. And ever since then, for some reason, I've even seen negative opinions on Archlich. Some people really don't like this skull. However, despite the nerf that he took, this is still a really good skull. Like, he's great. Prison of the Damned is like one of the best abilities in the game. It's the one that he... and let me make sure it's called Prison. I also have the skull wiki up here, so I can pull up, you know, if I'm getting something inaccurate or something, I can look it up and make sure I'm getting it right. Yeah, Prison of the Damned, the one that summons the chains and causes slowness. That is one of the best abilities in the entire game, and he has it. So, you know, even though he doesn't have his up plus attack on his skills anymore, he does make up for it with really good skills otherwise. The other skills are there. You know, they're not bad, but like this, he's a Prison of the Damned machine, in my opinion. That's like the thing he does best. He also has that weird freeze skill, which, you know, it's good. It's not a bad skill. It's just weird that he has freeze. Like, he can do absolute zero shenanigans for some reason. But what does that leave him in the meta? This one's going to be a little hard for me. I kind of want to put him in S tier. I'm tempted to put him in S tier. He's very, very good. I think, and keep in mind, whenever I place a skull here, this may not be their final position. I'll have to see how, especially now that we're at the start of this, when I start fleshing this out more, my opinion may change. I think I'm going to leave him here for now. He may become a high A tier skull. But he also could be a mid to low S tier. He's very, very good. This is a great skull. Like I said, I don't get why people have negative opinions of this guy right here. But we're also about to move on to a skull that I will never understand why people have negative opinions of our boy here, Recruit. Recruit is just, man, dude. You know, I can understand why newer players don't like Recruit, or maybe you haven't gotten into swapping yet, and you don't have that ascended brain yet. You know, you haven't really started getting into the mechanics of Skull. But you know, there's people out there who do not like this guy, and I will never get why. This is a primo Skull, man. The thing I'll say about Recruit is until Legendary, he is certainly, you know, he peaks at Legendary, basically. That's like the truth. Is at this, when he gets Legendary, that's when he is at his best. Before that, he does good things, but he's not nearly as good. This is a Skull who summons other things to attack for you. So like, you know, whenever you use a skill, instead of him doing something, he summons something that does something for you. So he summons all these little like soldiers that are based on the enemies you fight throughout the game. But at Legendary, before Legendary, whenever you swap into him, he just kind of like attacks and like lunges forward. It's actually a pretty good swap, but it's not like an incredible swap. At Legendary though, he just summons a bunch of soldiers, like 3 or 4. And they'll start attacking things for you. So if you can even get a little bit of swap speed, maybe you enhance your mutant inscription and you have bone enhanced, or you just have like a bunch of purple medicine that you buy in the shops and some mutant, you can swap in and out of this guy very quickly. Whenever you swap into him, cast your skills too. So you're just covering the field with recruits, and then swap into another skull. Maybe you brought along another skull, maybe you do the good thing and you build 2 skulls to Legendary every run, which is what you should do. But maybe you got lucked out with a Nat Legendary, so you already have a powerful skull that you can swap in and out of. So you swap into this guy, he summons a bunch of things, you swap out into your partner skull, you attack with them. The recruits that you summoned are still on the battlefield, so you should really look at it, and this is how I always describe it to people, is you're actually playing with 2 skulls at the same time, basically. Because this guy's whole shtick is he summons recruits. So you swap into him, you summon recruits, you swap out. Recruit, essentially, is still on the field doing stuff. Because, you know, his whole thing is he summons things. So you swap out into your partner and you attack with them. You're playing with 2 skulls at the same time. It's value, undeniable value, incredible skull. Just beautiful. Summoner skulls and skulls stay on top is all I'm saying, okay? So just think about what I'm gonna say about Gravedigger. Here he is down here. But where does this leave our buddy here? The last time I tiered this, I put him in A tier. I'm putting him in S tier this time. I don't care what people say. I honestly don't think it'll be that controversial, honestly. Like, I think people's opinions generally have gone up on this guy over time, but he's an S tier skull. I'm done beating around the bush. He was here before. He was actually at the top of A tier. Now he's here. Somewhere in S tier. I don't know where he's going to end up in S tier. You know, he may be at the back end. He may be in the middle. He may even be up here. Who knows? But he's definitely an S tier skull. Play recruit. Your mind will change. All you guys have to do is learn to swap, okay? That's been one of the things I've taught you guys since I started this channel, is swapping, and skull is one of the most powerful things you can do in the game, if not the most powerful thing you can do. The whole game is based around playing 2 things at the same time. That's, you know, what makes Skull unique. It's the defining mechanic of Skul the Hero Slayer. Swap, play recruit, and swap. All right, moving on to champion. Placeholder. A champion is a skull I'm extremely critical of all the time. If you watch my channel for more than 2 seconds, you hear my opinions on champion. He is a fundamentally broken skull in not a good way. Not broken as like, you know, oh man, dude, I just did some really cool shit because this skull's so OP. He's broken. No, he's broken in bad ways where his mechanics are clunky. They don't, in my opinion, work in a way that benefits this guy. They only harm him. So here's my problems with champion. I'll lay it out right here, right now. Champion is a skull that does not have skill cooldown. He instead has a meter that, as you attack with your basic attack, fills up, and as you gain energy, you can start using your skills based on how much energy you have. Some skills cost 50 energy, some skills cost 20 energy. Much like, I'm looking for him down here. Actually, he should be near the top. Why is he back here? I'm gonna put him up here because he's Archmage. He should be up here. He actually should have been one of the first skulls we talked about. But much like our buddy the Mage here, The problem, however, is there is 0 ways in the game, 0 ways to speed up energy gain. Mage has skill cooldown. If you have skill cooldown, he builds up his meditation meter faster. If you pick up Menatech pieces, he builds up his meditation faster. There is no mechanic in the game to help champion with that. Mage's skills also cost a decent amount of energy, but he can store up to 200 energy at Legendary. This guy only can store up to 100. He builds it slower. He can only store up to 100. Some of his skills cost 50 energy. That's half of his whole energy thing. So you would think, right? Maybe he has a really good basic attack to make up for that, because you're going to be using his basic a lot. You're going to be using his basic a lot. Because, like, there's a lot of downtime in between casting your skills. Nope. His basic attack is slow. It doesn't deal a ton of damage. It's a below average basic attack on a skull that is centered around basic attacks. He also has, when you fill his energy up to 100, like, 100 of 100 energy, you can use a down plus attack to slow down time. It also gives him basic attack speed, like it speeds up his basics. I used to poo-poo on this mechanic a lot more than I do now. I've actually grown some respect for his time slowdown stuff. However, the problem with the time slowdown is you need your energy to be at maximum. Like, you cannot use time slowdown unless he has 100 of 100 energy. So this means you cannot use any skills if you want to use his time slowdown. You have to build up his meter to 100 by just beating the heck out of your enemies, and with a below average basic attack that is nothing special. It's anti-fun because you can't use his skills. You can't build, say, ability spam items with this guy very easily because you're disincentivized from using your skills often. He also, for the record, is very bad at dealing with crowds. This is basically, like, I would say, Duel, the inscription Duel, epitomized and represented on a skull in the game, which is both good and bad. He's really good at dealing damage to bosses, but in rooms, he's a disaster. You need a way to deal with crowds with this guy, which often means having a partner skull to shore up his weaknesses. His swap, when you swap in with him, puts a debuff on enemies that makes them take amplified damage. He can put it on one enemy at a time. That's a good thing, by the way. That's a plus for champion, because that's a really good debuff. So swap often if you're playing champion. However, there's so many downsides to this skull. Frankly, here's what I always say to champion fans, okay? Because a lot of people in my audience like champion. If you like champion, you have to be honest about his current state. If you're not honest, and the devs hear our feedback and just see people praising this skull for being good, they're never going to see the problems with him. He's never going to get fixed. He's always going to have just inherent downsides. Oh, and another thing I have to say about this skull, with Mage, who we're about to talk about, if you swap into Mage, you gain a shit ton of meditation. You don't do that with him. Like, that's one of the big problems with champion, is, like, there is no way to speed up his meter gain, like his energy. You cannot speed it up at all. You're forced to hit basic attack your enemies until it's full, whereas the Mage doesn't have that problem. So where does this leave our guy? Way down here. I'm never going to change my mind on this until he's fixed. I don't care how many points people bring up to me, because people used to say, Haxa, you don't use the down attack enough. Well, I do now, and I like the down attack now. It's actually pretty good. No one has ever brought up anything that's made me truly reconsider how I feel about champion. Like, people have argued with me about, like, how he's better than I thought he was, and I've definitely, like, in the past I downplayed his down attack. I don't do that anymore. I think it's actually pretty good. But no one has convinced me that I'm wrong about champion. So maybe someone out there has, like, the fucking secret spice that will change my mind. However, no one has presented it to me yet. He's just the worst skull in the game. Of, like, normal skulls. They're not counting, like, transformations or anything. This is the worst one. So we got that out of the way pretty early. I don't think there's going to be lower than this. So, yeah. There's my champion. Sorry to the champion fans, but be honest, guys. Like I always say this, champion fans, be honest, please. I want champion to be good. I don't hate him just because I'm a hater. And I don't even really hate him. I see the flaws, and I talk about the flaws, and I want him to be good. So yeah, I'll move on from champion, but you know, that's good. That's the big one. That's the big one people who watch me regularly were expecting to hear. So moving on to Archmage, or just Mage, I should say. I think in the last tier list, I put him down here. I was on crack, okay? Mage is incredible. Mage is so good. But back then, I hadn't... well, actually, it's not exclusively my fault. Although, it's a mixture. Back then, I hadn't discovered the secret sauce that is Manatech at its maximum. And also, back then, Manatech's maximum was 4. But in a more recent patch, the devs changed Manatech to be a 3 benchmark inscription, where you, to max out your Manatech, you only need 3. So that changed everything, because one problem with this skull is, he gets stuck in his cast animations very easily. Like if you're casting a skill, he stops and stands there, does an animation, and then summons the skill that you cast. And the problem with that is whenever you're doing that, you cannot dash, you cannot move, you can't do anything. You're stuck there. It makes you very vulnerable. And that was always like just a big criticism I had of Mage. But Manatech 3 makes your skill casting speed like nothing. Like it's instant almost. And also there are, you know, Arachna shrines, like, you know, the shrines that are in front of Arachna. Skill casting, or I mean attack speed and skill cooldown affects skill casting speed. So if you max out your Arachna Shrine and have Manatech 3, he nearly instantly casts his skills. That removes every issue I have with this skull. Suddenly, Archmage is just phenomenal. Like, he deals a fuck ton of damage. He has that transformation at Legendary where he increases his skill casting speed even further, and has no meditation cooldown. And I was talking about this a lot during the champion analysis, but Mage has a very similar mechanic, almost identical even, in many respects to Champion, where he doesn't have skill cooldown. Instead, he has a meter that's called Meditation, that the more you use it, or I mean, the more you, like you can stop in the middle of a fight and hold down and attack, and he'll start like meditating or whatever, and then the meter will start going up. But also you can increase his meter with basic attacks, which is literally just Champion. That is literally what Champion does. So, he has a million other ways to supplement the meditation speed. Skill cooldown makes it go faster. Manatech pieces, you know, like the little parts that drop. If you pick up a piece, it increases his meditation. When you swap into Mage, he gets a shit ton of his meditation. The best way, in my opinion, to make your Mage never run out of meditation is to just swap in and out of him. There's just so many ways to make it faster. This is literally the concept of Champion done correctly. And I don't get how the devs can look at this and this exists in the same game and think that this is okay. There's another skull, Soul Knight. Where is he? Another very similar way. Like, he also has a meter. You know, let's move him up. We'll talk about him. Now, and also I'll move another king up as well, because he also has a meditation mechanic that is done correctly. So like, there's so many instances of the devs doing this premise correctly, and then I'm sorry to keep talking about Champion, but I just have to really make sure that I hit home, so people will start like complaining about Champion the ways that I do, so he will get fixed. But like, Archmage is the premier and literally the most comparable one-to-one example of like this mechanic, but this one done correctly. So just look at Archmage, you know. Archmage is definitely an S tier skull. I had him in C tier before. This is probably the biggest jump you'll see in this tier list. Definitely S tier. I don't know where he's at here. I think he's probably behind Recruit. Is he behind Archlich? Probably not. Let's move him here. See, he's already moving back. But yeah, this is a very good skull. Just take my advice with him, build Manatech, and add into your Arachna skill cooldown and attack speed. Even though he doesn't have skill cooldown, it does increase his meditation speed. So like, really honestly, oh, and his skill casting speed, that's the big thing. Like, there's so many tools in the game to fix this guy's shortcomings that like his shortcomings don't even matter to me anymore. So very, very powerful skull, very worth your time. Try playing an Archmage skull, or Archmage run. It's going to be very good for you. Moving on to Soul Knight. I moved him up because his mechanics are similar to these dudes. Because this skull is a power skull, a unique power skull, that has skills that can be further enhanced if he has a meter that whenever you are attacking with your basic attack, or if you swap. God, there's so many examples of like I don't get why they did this to him. If you swap into him, he also builds his meter. That's once again the best way to build his meter is just swap in and out into Soul Knight over and over. But you can do it with your basics just fine. And whenever his meter is at its maximum, especially at legendary, he has enhanced versions of the skills that he normally has that deal just fuckloads of damage. Just fuckloads of damage. It's crazy. Also, one thing you're going to notice, like I'm going to have a lot of S tier skulls, I think, because you know, I might have too many S tier skulls. I'll definitely reassess the tier list when I'm done with it. I'm thinking in my head of how I feel about these skulls, and I have high opinions on so many skulls. But Living Armor is another skull I have extremely high opinions of. This, in my opinion, is a soul burn machine. I'll once again go to the wiki to show you guys what I'm talking about. Whoops. We'll just open up Soul Knight. So this is a soul burn machine. Right out the gate, here it is. This is his best skill. If you're playing this skull, you should 100% try and get Soul Burn. Soul Burn is like a big giant AoE attack that, like, if you have it fully enhanced to its 3rd tier, because as you see here, there are 3 tiers. You got first Soul Burn, then you have second Soul Burn, and this is like when you first grab him, this is the maximum you can enhance it to. And when you get him to legendary, his meter, once it's filled, can fill even more. And if you fill it twice, you can get the Soul Burn, the big Soul Burn that amplifies the damage that it deals, and also like makes it engulf the entire screen. Basically, the burn effect it leaves on the ground. It's very OP. The other skills that he has are good too. I'm quite a fan of Soul Charge. This is my second go-to skill. It's basically like a dash, but it's definitely no Soul Burn. These 2 skills are fine. Like none of these skills are bad, honestly. But my go-tos are Soul Charge and Soul Burn. Very good stuff. This skull is incredible. Living Armor is a really good skull. Once again, very comparable to Mage and Champion. How do I place this skull is the question. The thing is, he is a tackle dashing power skull. I don't consider tackle dashing to be a bad thing. I think even in my last tier list, maybe even, I was considering tackle dashing to be a bad thing. Like, I can't remember the precise time I did my last tier list. All I know is a lot's changed. In the Dark Mirror patch, like I think 1.7 patch, they buffed tackle dashing to be good and not bad. They increased its distance and damage. So, like, him being a tackle dasher is not even slightly bad anymore. It's actually fine. So, like, is he better than Archlich? I don't know. Is he? Because I think he's an S tier skull. But where's he placed among these guys? I'm gonna put him above Archlich for now. We'll revisit this, I guess. He's good though. He's very good. And now, since I moved him up, we can get into some exciting stuff and talk about the first DLC skull we're going to be talking about. This is the Unknown King. The Unknown King is the newest natural legendary skull added to the game in the Myths DLC. He is a special, or a magic attack, I almost did Pokemon terms, a magic attacking speed skull that whenever you're out with him to begin with, he's just this guy, like he's the basic king with the broken sword. But once you fill his meter that you can increase with basic attacking skill use or swapping into him, so another meter skull, you can see why I talked about these skulls at the same time, he can transform, much like Rakshasa, into a stronger version of himself. So he's a transformation skull, same as not Rockstar, Yaksha. Is there another transformation skull I'm forgetting? Don't think so. Are these the only 2? Maybe. No, Berserker. Yeah, I almost forgot. He's the same as those guys, except he's a speed skull that deals magic damage. Man, this might disappoint some people. I've played a lot of runs with this guy because I've used like cheats because I wanted to get this tier list out at a reasonable time, and I knew I wasn't going to just find this guy over and over on regular runs. So I like spawned him in and did a bunch of runs with him a bunch of different times to just really get a feel for him. And frankly, I think he's not that great. He's not bad. He's just, he feels underpowered to me. Like, the more I use him, the more I just feel like he's bogged down immensely by being a transformation skull. Like, because this form you're looking at, this guy right here just sucks. Like, this skull is bad. He's all like Yaksha like that. Like, why would you ever want to do a run where you just play? Let's move Yaksha up too. Why would you ever want to do a run where you just play? And also Berserker too. Why would you ever want to do a run where you just play as this guy, right? Every single action you make in this game, there's the word. Every action you take in this, when you're playing this character, is exclusively to move on to the transformation, so you can get to the good stuff. But like when you're stuck out as this guy, it sucks. Like, he's not like unusable, but like he's just weak. So whenever you're transformed as him, you want to be out in the transformation as long as possible. The transformation does not last that long. And frankly, if I'm keeping it 100, it doesn't even feel that special. Like, his transformation is not bad, but it's not great either. It wouldn't even breach S tier. Like, the transformed Unknown King to me would be like an A tier skull. But we can't summarize this skull exclusively through the the transformed Unknown King. We have to consider them both. So the big draw to Unknown King is like at the end of its when he's about to transform back into this version of himself. You can hold down plus attack and unleash like a giant big damage dealing wave that deals like an AoE and hits every enemy in front of you, which deals like a really good damage. I would say that's the main draw of this skull. The problem is, if the main draw of the skull only happens at the end of his transformation, like that's not good. Like, that's like 2 seconds of gameplay. Like, oh, dude, yeah, he just dealt like 3,000 damage with one hit, and now he's back into this guy and he's dealing like 50 damage with a swing. Like, what the fuck? It's not that bad, by the way. He won't be dealing 50 damage with a swing, but like, it's just not impressive. So frankly, I think he belongs here in B tier. That's my assessment of this guy so far. If you guys have had better experiences with him, let me know. I don't like poo-pooing on a new skull because, you know, he's shiny, he's new, he's fun. There's a lot of people who haven't even gotten to experience this guy yet who are going to be watching this, console players. But, so far, not a fan. I don't know, man. Maybe my mind will change. I'll be doing another tier list eventually, so maybe he'll move up. Not even getting into Dark Skull stuff. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about him. He's a basic attacking skull, so he's inherently at a disadvantage regardless, because skill users are stronger than basic attack users. Not even talking about Dark Skull, just across the board. But, yeah, man. I hate to do this to him, but I think he's a B tier skull. We'll move on to a transformation skull done correctly. This is Yaksha. Yaksha is probably the most notorious skull in Skul the Hero Slayer. A lot of people don't like him. I've been a long-term defender of this guy, talking about his positives. He has extreme positives and also extreme downsides. We'll get into those. I put him in S tier last time. Yaksha is a skull that is like a transformation skull, much like Unknown King, except he can get into his transformation much quicker than Unknown King, because whenever he has like a meter very similar to all these skulls we talked about earlier. Whenever you use a skill, it gives him like X amount of energy, and when his energy meter is at 100 of 100, you can press down plus attack and turn into Rakshasa. So let's go to this since Rakshasa is not shown here. This wow, the wiki he's spilling over. He's that big, but this is Rakshasa. Very, very powerful guy. The main draw about Rakshasa, so let me clean this up a bit here. Why do I have inscriptions? I don't know. But the main draw about Rakshasa is whenever you cast a skill, it inflicts slowness on the enemy that's stuck in the skill. So if you're casting one of your skills and you're hitting the enemy with it, they literally have slowness applied to them, which is big, by the way. Slowness is a very rare stat debuff. It's on Archlich as well. The big thing about that is you can trap enemies in permanent slowness with the correct skill combination. He has 4 skills. 2 of them suck. Demonic Massacre sucks. Yaksha Fist kind of sucks. You know, there are some builds you can do with Yaksha Fist. I don't know why it says first. It's Yaksha Fist. Please fuck off. I fucking hate fandom. But Yaksha Fist. Okay, it's gonna do it again. Okay, I need to stop howling things. God, this website sucks. There are some builds you can do with it where like you can deal extreme enormous damage with Yaksha Fist, but the main draw of Yaksha, Rakshasa, oh my god, this website, okay. Whoo, this website blows. Is these 2 skills, Iron Strike and Yaksha of Iron Will. Because look here, see these numbers? This is skill cooldown. CD, that means skill cooldown. This is 10 and 8. God, I cannot believe Demonic Massacre is 10 and 8. This skill blows. It should be way lower. This is 12 and 10. This is 8 and 7 and 7 and 6. Really, the only relevant numbers are these 2, 7 and 6. These are very low skill cooldown abilities. The thing that you do with Yaksha, and we'll get into why this is a bad thing, but like we'll talk about the benefits for now. The main build of Yaksha is you take Iron Strike and Yaksha of Iron Will, you fully build into your Arachna skill cooldown and attack speed shrine, and then you're off to the moon. That's all you need to do. And then you transform into Rakshasa, and you cast these over and over and over. And you can chain them almost flawlessly, like instantaneous usage. And you can almost permanently trap your opponent into slowness. They will be stuck, they will not be able to attack, and you can just chain these over and over and over. If you have Menatech, it's even better. It's very simple to do. It's very powerful, and like you can almost just like hitless like enemies like the first or the Dark Hero, Alexander. Though Alexander's a little harder to do because he has like the 2 fist phase. You can only trap one of the fists at any given moment in slowness. But slowness chaining, I swear to God, slowness chaining is very OP on this character. However, here's the part where it's bad. The fact that he relies on specifically having 2 skills, like he works, excuse me real quick. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. He works better, or he can function with like saying having Iron Strike and Demonic Massacre, Iron Strike and Yaksha Fist, or you know, Yaksha of Iron Will, and etc, etc. He can function without specifically having these 2 skills, but the build becomes significantly worse, like significantly worse, if you don't specifically have Iron Strike and Yaksha of Iron Will. Re-rolling 2 very specific skills is not easy to do. Getting 2 specific skills on like your build is very difficult. It's kind of one of the things I talk about with another skull. I'll just go ahead and bump that skull up. Where is he? Here. Bomber has a similar build like this, but we'll talk about that a little bit later, where it's like 2 very specific skills you can have that change how you play this character. But it's very hard to get exactly 2 specific skills on your skull that you're using. So it makes Yaksha inconsistent, and that's bad. In the last tier list, I said I put him in S tier. He is not an S tier skull. He's an A tier skull. He's a very high A tier skull. Probably the tip top of A tier. But he is not S tier. Just because he's inconsistent. If you can roll these 2 skills, you will have a blast. You will have a great time. And I know I said I wouldn't talk about Dark Skull, but this is the Dark Skull Murderer. These 2 right here, just saying. But I'm not going to factor that into my consideration when it comes to how I tier him. But he is not S tier. He's moved down to A tier from my last tier list. But he is good. He's very good. Oh, also, let's talk about Berserker before we talk about Bomber, actually. Because he's also a transformation skull, and I wanted to talk about them all at the same time. Let's get into it, actually. Berserker. Berserker is a skull that you get at Unique, and you evolve him to Legendary. At Unique, he does not have the transformation, but when you get him to Legendary, whenever you use your original skill at Unique, that would increase your basic attack speed and stuff like that. It instead turns into a ability that takes away his HP. Like, it hurts Berserker to do this. It deals damage to himself. But he transforms into an extremely, extremely powerful skull that deals so much fucking damage. Like, holy moly. This is the damage dealer awakened. Like, this is him. This is the damage dealer. This guy right here. He turns into this. He turns into the devil. Neat. The devil, I guess. This is the devil. You're looking at him right here. But, Devil Berserker. Mostly I'm going to analyze him from just the devil perspective, because that's like the main draw. But Devil Berserker is, like, probably the archetypical power skull, I would say. Like, just dealing big fat damage numbers. That's what he does best. And, like, I don't know. He's very simple to talk about. Like, the big thing to talk about with Berserker is the HP drawback, where he hurts himself to do it. That turns a lot of new players away, and understandably so, because it's very scary to lose health. But what I will say is, Devil Berserker is worth it, man. Or Devil is worth it. Like, the amount of damage that this deals is just ridiculous. Like, once he's transformed into Devil, like, the amount of HP you lost to get to that point it's definitely relevant, but it's not to the point of like not being worth it. Like, if you're playing this character, you definitely transform often. He also, I believe, has iframes, which is not a word I've mentioned yet. He has iframes, which makes him invincible whenever he's transforming. So you can actually use his transformation to dodge a scary attack if you need to. I hope I'm not wrong about that. I'm fairly certain I'm right, although I won't talk much further about it, because I'm not super confident that I'm correct about him having iframes on that. Either way, transforming into the devil is like super worth it, because it deals so much damage. He's actually, in my opinion, whenever you're transformed into devil, he does have good skills, don't get it twisted. But I think the main draw of Devil Berserker, or Devil, is using your basic attacks, because he has a very fast basic attack for a power skull, like, and it deals so much damage, like, God almighty. So if you have even a little attack speed and you're out as Devil transformed, you can just use your basic attack and shred the enemy. It just deals so much fucking damage. So where does that leave Devil Berserker? I think he's an A tier skull for sure. Like, he does deal big damage, but there is like the downsides, you know, the HP depletion and stuff like that. I think I put him in S tier last time. I'm kind of tempted to put him at the back end of S tier. I'll get back to it on that. If he's an A tier skull, though, he's definitely near the top of A tier. Is he better than Rakshasa, I guess, is what I need to think about. Nah, I don't think he is. His transformation's a lot more consistent than Rakshasa's, because I didn't even mention this when talking about Yaksha, but I guess an addendum to Yaksha. He does have a, like, Rakshasa is stuck in a certain, like, space. He's stuck in a bubble whenever he's transformed, but the devs buffed the size of the bubble. Like, if you walk out of the bubble, he turns back into just Yaksha, but the devs buffed the size of the bubble to where, like, it's almost irrelevant in, like, 99% of cases. It's not irrelevant in rooms, but against bosses, you can stay transformed as Rakshasa forever. So, this guy, whenever you're transformed into the devil, he just is the devil. Like, if you swap out, he'll untransform, and that's actually something I failed to mention. Man, I failed to mention a lot with both of these skulls, actually, is occasionally, and even Unknown King, sometimes you have to swap out. It's not as relevant on Unknown King, but these are power skulls, and sometimes, you know, especially if you have like a balance or speed skull partner, you need to dodge a very scary move, and you need 2 dashes to do it. You know, sometimes you have to swap out away from your tackle dashing power skull and swap into something else, which makes using your transformation on especially Devil Berserker a little more dangerous, because you used HP to use this. You know, you sacrifice some of your health to turn into this monster, but if you have to swap away to get away from something dangerous, you ate your transformation. You can't go back into your Berserker and be transformed still. You go back into just Devil Berserker, but you lost your max HP still. Not that most people aren't going to deal with this, because like most people don't fucking swap, which is still bad, but a lot of players don't swap, so they probably don't come across this, but it is an issue. It's not super relevant. I'm not really considering it when tiering this guy, but it is an issue. So I think he probably belongs here above Warlock and behind Yaksha. I'll definitely reconsider it as I see this S tier flesh out because there's definitely probably going to be some changes at the end, and he could easily go here. He could easily go here. If I were to move him here, I would feel odd about leaving Yaksha here, but I firmly think Yaksha's an A tier skull, so maybe he does belong here then. You know, I'm gonna put him here then. That's my final assessment. Is because like I'm considering him for S tier, and if I'm considering him for S tier and putting him behind Yaksha, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I think my love for this skull is just kind of, you know, my judgment's a little clouded. I'm gonna put him above Yaksha, but I do just love this skull so much. All right, moving on to probably one of the things I'm most excited to talk about is Bomber. A Bomber, he's a one-trick pony, but his trick is phenomenal. A Bomber is a skull that if you swap into him, he has like a meter. We talk about meters a lot in this, where it slowly fills up. You can't really change it. Well, actually you can, but we'll talk about that later. Actually, you know what? Let's just pull up. Let's pull him up. Bomber. I was going the wrong way. Bomber. Okay. We'll open up Demolition's Expert. So the thing about this character is he has a meter. When you swap into him, it slowly starts filling up. And once it's done, once it's filled to its max, he explodes and you forcefully swap back into your partner skull. So this is a skull that heavily benefits having a very powerful partner skull. However, Bomber on his own is just a phenomenal damage dealer exclusively, and I can't stress that word enough, exclusively for this skill. Kaboom. Explodes instantaneously. Like literally immediate explosion. Like you don't even have to wait for the meter. It has a 0 cooldown at legendary. 0 fucking cooldown. So you can swap repeatedly into your Bomber, explode immediately, swap out into your partner skull, get the value of their swap, and then go back into your Bomber, explode, get the value of your partner skull swap, etc., etc. With a skull such as who we talked about earlier, Recruit, you can summon just vast amounts of minions. You can have a whole fucking army, okay? A whole battlefield fighting for you. If you just bring Bomber along and you swap a lot and deal a bunch of damage like that. I did mention earlier when I was talking about Yaksha that there is a very specific and hard to do build that exists that you can pull off with a Bomber that isn't centered around Kaboom. You get burn, you get miniature bombs, you get a shit ton of cooldown reduction. These are two cooldown second skills, which means that like mana cycle and all these things you can do to decrease the skill cooldown doesn't have a lot of effect on these. Like these are pretty stuck because like, you know, every single stat gain you get in this game is like percentages. So like, you know, if you get like 50% cooldown reduction on this on a 2-second skill cooldown, you know, that's not going to help you a ton. And then you turn it into like a 1-second skill cooldown and you put percentages on that. So like, it's very hard to do, but if you play your cards right, you can almost instantaneously spam burn and miniature bombs. Damn it. You can almost instantaneously spam these skills. And if you have ability spam items, that can be it's much like Lil Bone, who we'll get to later. But it's much like that, where like you can just like instantaneously almost activate your items and just deal a shit ton of damage like that. But that's a very niche build. There's also an ability called Risky Upgrade, which I mentioned earlier. I said you can't affect your meter. Like once it's filled, it explodes. But that was wrong because this skill exists. It's called Risky Upgrade. It's terrible. If your meter is filled up, you can use this skill and then it will go back to 0 and amplify. Yeah, amplifies the damage of the next explosion by 50%. This it's just not good. I would say avoid Risky Upgrade because it can fail. For every time you use this skill, it increases the odds of failure to affect your next explosion. It slows down the process of playing Bomber, who is a very fast-paced skull, and it rests on the tendrils of the explosion damage itself being like a big giant damage dealing thing. But that's like irrelevant when you're playing Bomber. You just want to be exploding as often as possible and chaining swaps. Basically, that's this entire skull shtick. You bring a very powerful partner skull. It doesn't even matter their damage type. You can bring Recruit. You can bring fucking Mage. Well, actually, don't bring Mage. Bring you can bring. Archlich is good, but just bring along a big fat damage dealing skull who has a really good swap. Chain your swaps often and do that. So where does this leave our bomber here? I think this, in fact, I know this is our first S plus tier right here. Bomber. This is one of the best skulls in the game, arguably the best skull in the game. Some people make that argument. I have a skull I think is better than this. This is probably my second best skull in the game. Very, 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 very powerful. The whole shtick of this guy, just take Kaboom, chain your swaps, deal damage, or swap into your bomber, explode immediately, get instant value, and just do that over and over and over, and it adds up to so much damage. Like, I think Kaboom deals like 5,000 damage very regularly with minimal investment. So, like, 5,000 damage every few seconds is just like enormous damage. Like, he's so good, man. I just can't say enough positive things about Bomber. Like, he's so fucking good, man. You could even bring him along on a 0 magic damage investment run. Like, you literally exclusively physical damage items and have like flat, magic damage scaling, and he would still bang hard because the whole purpose of this skull is just chaining swaps. Like, you can bring him along on any run, and he's going to do a lot of work for you, unless you have, like, a swap that does nothing, like Mage or something, right? Like, don't bring him along on a swap that does nothing, but I don't know. I don't want to spend too much time on Bomber. I've already spent enough time on him, but, like, he's just very good. Bomber's great. Let's move along to Alchemist. Another skull that has gotten actual buffs since last time I talked about him. Like, not just, like, like buffs through proxy of the meta changing, but like literal buffs. They have buffed him. So Alchemist is a skull that whatever you swap into him, he starts, like, he has a meter. There's so many meters in this game. But when the meter fills all the way to the top, he summons a golem that deals damage for you. And the golem deals a ton of damage. Like, the golem is very powerful. But the main draw, in my opinion, of Alchemist, and we'll open this up as we talk about him. He has one skill that he always has no matter what, and it's like a skill that centers around his golem, unstable summoning. And when you use this skill, it takes his golem and just makes it do like a fucking giga attack, like where like it fills the entire screen with damage dealing orbs multiple times over. Like, it'll summon a fucking circle of orbs that expand outwards, and then it does it again, and it does it again. It deals so much fucking damage. It's crazy, dude. But the downside of using unstable summoning is it prevents the golem from appearing again. Like, the meter no longer fills up for 30 seconds. But, like, the amount of damage that the unstable summoning does is just so immense that, like, it's just worth it, man. Like, this skull is just like, or that skill is just so good. Like, it deals just maximum damage. But the other bonus of Alchemist is the flasks. He has a bunch of different flasks. Some of them relate to different statuses. This is Arson. This is Absolute Zero. This is Stun. And this is just damage dealing. All of these flasks are good in their own ways. In my humble opinion, the two best flasks are Neurolepsis and Pollutant. If only there was another Skull wiki, man. This fucking website blows. But Neurolepsis Flask is very good. This is, in my opinion, the best one. Pollutant Flask, not far behind it. Pollutant Flask is also very good. It doesn't deal status, but it does have a very low cooldown, and also it just deals good damage. Like, it also gains up to 4 charges, man. That's just nutty. 2, 2, and 3. 4. So this is one of those ability spam flasks where it's like it has stacks, and the stacks are good. Where does this leave Alchemist, though? Alchemist, I'm even tempted to put him in S+. I really am. This skull is just phenomenal. For now, I'm going to put him in S. I'll reassess. He's at the top of S, though. He's, like, right here. Verging on S+. But I'm going to reassess the tier list at the end. Maybe I'll put him up there after all is said and done. But for now, I think I'm going to put him here. I think he's good here. Moving on to Dark Paladin. Dark Avenger. This is Dark Avenger. This skull is a very high skill ceiling skull, in my opinion. I've always said this about him. He's a skull that has a meter, believe it or not. And when the meter, excuse me, when the meter is maxed out at 100, he gets like 10 shield. And whenever he has 10 shield up, his basic attack turns into like a giant wave of damage that I think deals No, I think it probably deals. I was gonna say it deals skill damage, but I think it deals basic attack damage. But it turns like he normally has a physical basic attack that is pretty unremarkable. And whenever you use your skills, you fill. I didn't even mention that earlier, but when you use your skills, you fill the meter up. And when his meter gets to 100, he gets the 10 shield barrier, and that amplifies his basic attack damage. Or no, it amplifies your. Let's pull him up actually, because like I want to get this correct when I'm talking about it. I believe it amplifies all of your magic damage by like 20% or something like that. Yes, 30% even. Amplifies magic, yeah, it amplifies your magic attack by 30%, and makes your basic attacks deal like a giant wave of damage. It's actually pretty powerful. The problem with this skull is he only gets 10 shield barrier, and if you lose the 10 shield barrier, he can no longer like it turns his it gets rid of the it gets rid of the passive, basically. So you lose your amplification, you lose your giant wave deal, like your waves of attacks. Like he just goes back to the normal physical basic attack. And like I said, that's unremarkable. So like you have to maintain your 10 shield. And as we all know in this game, that is much easier said than done. Even though you're very powerful during this state and you have like, it basically turns your basic into a mid-range attack from a close range attack. It's still very hard to maintain 10 shield barrier. And this is in a meta where Alexander exists, as well as he who shall not be named. Alexander even is like very difficult to maintain 10 shield against, you know? Like that is not an easy fight. So like very high skill ceiling. If you can dodge damage for long enough and get a lot of value out of your passive, then this skull becomes a lot better. But that's not easy to do. Like it's not. Another problem with this skull is all of his skills, or at least like most of them, have extremely long skill casting time. He's a lot like Mage, how I mentioned earlier, how Mage gets locked in his animations often. This is another skull that has that problem. You can fix it with Manatech, but he's even worse than Mage in a lot of ways in that sense. Even having Manatech in some instances is not enough to fix this guy because his skill casts are so long. Like, it's definitely a problem. Like, I used to defend it a lot more, especially when all we had to deal with was the Dark Hero, but we don't have that anymore. The Dark Hero is not the end of the game. You have to move beyond him. And, you know, he just has a lot of problems in that sense. So where does this leave the Dark Paladin? I think he's a B tier skull, personally. He's definitely better than Unknown King. Like, I hate to do this, because I like this skull. I think he's fun. But, like, gotta face the facts that the game is different than what it used to be. It expects a lot more out of you. And this guy is, well, he expects a lot out of the player. And like I said, high skill ceiling. I'm not saying he's bad. B tier does not mean bad. It means bud, as the joke I would say in the last tier list I did, instead of good. But he's only just B, I think, and he's worse than Unknown King. So this is his position for now. It may change. Let's move on to Davy Jones. Davy Jones is a very interesting skull. He's very unique. Davy Jones is a skull that has like a... he has a... whenever he casts his skills, it's not like an active thing that happens, is what I'm trying to say. Like, when you use a skill as Davy Jones, instead of actively doing something, he just loads a cannonball for later use, and when you shoot that cannonball, it casts the skill you cast earlier, which is very strange. It's a very interesting way to design him. It's not bad, for the record. It's actually interesting. Well, okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's interesting. It's definitely problematic. It makes his flow of gameplay very different than every other skull in the game. Davy Jones is a very unique skull to play. He came out in the same patch as Mage, who is also a very unique skull to play. These are very unique skulls, which is both good and bad for them. Davy Jones is one of those skulls that I think will turn away a lot of new players. Like, when people initially pick this guy up, they just despise him and never want to play him again. Even though he's really cool, obviously. Davy Jones is a very cool skull. He looks great. He's a pirate, and everyone likes pirates. He's aesthetically cool. Like, I don't know, he's just... Davy Jones is cool. But does that make him good? Well, he has good skills. I don't want to pull up the wiki for... You know what? We'll skip the wiki on this. I don't want to pull it up for every skull I talk about. But He does have good skills. His best skill is Bombs Away for sure. It's the one that is like red and casts a bunch of cannonballs. He's also a summoner actually, much like Recruit. But his summoner skills, like he has like the green one, I forget what it's called. And then he has the one that makes his summons explode. The ones where the summons explode is like by far his worst skill that he has. But the one where he summons the guys that shoot a bunch of weapons and stuff at the enemy, like that one's fine. In my opinion, I think his anchor skill and Bombs Away are his best skills. But I think I'm alone. I don't think a lot of people like the anchor, but I like the anchor a lot. I think it's good. But I don't know, Davy Jones is very weird, but where does that leave him in comparison to all the other skulls? Davy Jones is, man, he's definitely not A tier. He could be B tier, but I honestly think he's C tier. Like C tier is probably the most fitting for this guy. The flow of gameplay he creates is very awkward. He has this weird thing that you can do with him that's interesting, where like you can kind of fly with Davy Jones, where you cast one of his cannonballs, you dash around a bit, and then you cast another cannonball, then you dash around a bit and cast another cannonball. This allows him to stay in the air for very long periods of time. But is that good? People act like it's really good, and it's certainly better in rooms than it is in boss fights, but like, is that good against, say, the Dark Hero being able to fly around in the air? No. Because it's a square arena, there's nowhere to run. So like, if you're in the air, the Dark Hero can get you very easily. Like, there's nothing stopping him from leaping into the air and dealing damage to you. So like, flying in the air isn't a good thing in that fight. Is it good in Alexander? No, because a lot of attacks come from the air. He has like that fist. One of his fists gains like a force field around it. Like, you're just gonna get hit. He's gonna cast spheres at you. he's gonna shoot spheres at you, dude. What are you gonna do about the spheres? So I don't know. Davy Jones he's like awkward. Like, he's not bad. I did a Davy Jones run recently that was really, really good. But like, he's just awkward to use, man. You face the facts, Davy Jones enjoyers. He's awkward. Like, yeah, I hate to say it to him, but like, yeah, he's just awkward, man. Davy Jones is just, you know, he's cawkward. Actually, let's not think about that too hard. Let's move on to the Spartan. This is another one of the new skulls. Spartan is very cool. When I first saw this skull, I was very nervous about him. Sorry, I had to mute for a second. When I first saw this skull, I was very nervous about him. Because he's a parry-focused skull, and if you've been watching my channel for a long time, you've definitely heard me rant about parries. Like, when I'm playing this game, I prefer my actions, like if I push a skill button, I prefer that to do something immediately rather than a passive defensive thing that can have value if I time it correctly. I've never been a fan of parries. But when it comes to this guy, he kind of changed my mind on parries, honestly. Like, I'm now a parry enjoyer. And this guy existing has just made me better at parrying. Like, I'm now a lot better at it. I see the value of it. I even do it on skulls that have parry skills that are not centered around parries. He changed my mind. I like parries now. So, this guy, whenever you parry with him, he is at legendary, I should say. At legendary, if you parry with him, if you do it at the exact precise timing, you get like a split second where you can cast a skill or use your basic attack, and it enhances it. So like, if you cast one of your skills when you do a perfect parry, he does an action where he does the skill you cast, but even stronger. And if you do it with a basic attack, he actually has enhanced basic attacks for like 10 seconds or something. It's pretty good. Like, perfect parrying is very good, but honestly, even if you don't perfect parry and you fuck up, if you cast your skill or use a basic attack after you parry, you get iframes, and then you get to immediately retaliate. So like, if you do a parry and you fuck up the perfect parry regardless, and you cast an attack or a skill, he instantly attacks and retaliates immediately, and you don't take damage. It's super, super good. A lot of people in my Discord server are like big, and just my community in general are big fans of this guy, and I see why. I see a lot of my community complain that people don't like this guy, which honestly, frankly, if I'm keeping it 100, there's really nothing to not like about this skull. If people don't like him, You probably just aren't using him correctly. And frankly, if we're talking high skill skulls, like, you know, I was talking about Dark Paladin earlier, this is probably one of the highest skill skulls in the game. And I'm not even there yet. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, just be more like me, who's good at this game. Like, I'm still learning this character. Like, he's very hard to use. But he is worth learning. Like, he's very good. I don't think he's S tier though, because I haven't mentioned yet, some of his skills have additional bonus effects on them. One of his skills is an execute. So like, you know, that one dark ability that people like so much, Kingslayer. One of his skills just has Kingslayer on it. Like, it's so good. Like, that skill is like one of the best skills in the game, frankly. It's so useful, especially against who shall not be named. It's like a 10% execute, and 10% of Dark Skull's max HP is such an enormous amount of max HP that, like, if you have this character and you cast that on him, it saves you like 10 seconds and potentially hundreds of HP. Like, it's so good. But we're not talking about him. We're talking about Alexander. It's good against Alexander too, though. Like, there really is nothing bad to say about his execute. It's excellent across the board. Where does this leave him, though? High A tier. High A tier. Maybe even here. Get out of here, dog. Maybe even here. Maybe he firmly belongs here. Maybe even by the end of the tier list, I'll put him here at the back. I don't think he's like up here with the big dogs because he doesn't deal a ton of damage. He doesn't deal bad damage, but he's not meant to be a big damage dealer. He's meant to protect you and be something you can use when you're like trying to avoid damage. You know what I think it is? If you don't like this skull, it's probably because you don't swap. I think this is a good support skull. But he's not like a premier skull. Like, he just doesn't, he don't got that dog in him damage-wise. But that doesn't matter because he does deal decent damage, and he still deals, you know, he's there to help, man. This guy, he's your buddy, he's your friend. He's, you know, definitely one of the skulls that you can point to and say, that is a support skull. There's not a lot of skulls in this game you can do that with, but he's one of them. Anyways, moving on to Berserker. Or not Berserker, Predator. There's like the eternal war in the Skul the Hero Slayer community. At least it used to be. Things have kind of changed now. But people used to, back in the day before we got all these newfangled fancy skulls, people would be like, Predator versus Berserker. Which do you like more? I don't hear people talk about that as much these days, which is kind of sad. But Predator and Berserker are the OG power skulls that people just loved. And they're both unique. You know, it's pretty easy to draw comparisons in that sense. They're very different in their gameplay styles, but also, look how fucking wide he is. Why the fuck did this person make him so wide? Like, holy moly. Takes up, like, oh my god, he's like worth 2 skulls here, see? Jesus Christ. But to actually move on to Predator himself, Predator is, holy moly, when you put it here, it's even worse. Oh man, he almost fills up 3. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm done. I got ADHD. Bear with me. He's an interesting skull. A lot of people, I see a lot of negativity about Predator these days. I'm trying to think like how I approach this. Predator is a skull that has very interesting skills. His skills are all multicast skills, so you press the button multiple times. And when you, at Legendary, when you press them the maximum amount of times, he does an extra thing that like deals more damage and stuff like that. A lot of his skills sent him flying across the screen. Like, when you cast like 2 or 3, it's like a lot of them, honestly. He'll like do like just crazy animations where he goes like whoosh, 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 across the whole screen. It's fucking insane. And it's honestly not good because like if you move around too much in this game, like you can fuck up your positioning and just take a bunch of damage. Like say there's like Disaster Darkly in the room and you're using that skill that makes you do this. Well, there's like flames on the ground here. Just imagine there's flames here. He's going whoosh, 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 through the flames and that just fucking kills you. And that's like worst case scenario, but think like if you're in the Mage Adventurer fight and she puts the fire on the ground whoosh, 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 through the fires and you're just fucking taking so much damage. And even in just like rooms, like say you're in Act 4 and a fucking demon hunter just put a trap on the ground. Whoosh, oh, I'm stuck. Boom! Like 50 damage to your face for nothing. So like, and that's only one of his skills, but like he also has that windmill skill that sends him like flying around the fucking screen like crazy. It's just, there's so many weird skills that he has. In my humble opinion, and let me pull up Predator. This seems worth pulling him up here. His best skills are Hack and Whirlwind. And this is another instance where like he has two skills that you really want to have together, and his other skills are just fucking weird. Like throw prey and spinning ambush are like so fucked up. Whirlwind is good. Hack is the best one by a lot. He barely moves around when using both of those. Hack especially, he just like, but all of his skills make him move, which is problematic. And also another thing I mentioned with Dark Avenger and Mage is he gets stuck in his animations super easily. Thankfully for him, this can be fixed by using Manatech 3 and Arachna skill cooldown. Like, perhaps some of the people who have problems with him aren't aware of this, but you can fix him with those tools to make it to where he doesn't get caught in his animations as often. It's still problematic for him, for sure. I'm not denying that it's still not a problem. But it's not like so bad that you just can't use him. But it is worth mentioning in Alexander that like being caught in your animations is very bad. Almost to the point to where like sometimes it's worth it to just not do the full cast where you get that bonus effect. I also forgot to mention earlier that if you cast all the way to the end of your multi-presses, he does like the extra damage thing, but also it reduces the skill cooldown by half, I think. So you can use your skills again quicker. There's definitely points to be made about whether or not that's worth it in certain scenarios. You have to kind of use your own judgment and intuition, which means you need to have game knowledge. So like definitely not new player friendly here. Predator is a weird skull, but where does that place him in the ranks? I want to put him in B tier or low A. He's fallen. I think I put him in S tier last time, but things have changed, man. Man, it really feels bad to put him so low. It really does. I'm just going to put him here. I'm going to put him in A, near the back. It's just like, he's too wild, man. Like, he's so like, I mean, he is a predator. You know, he's got the two swords. He definitely does it. He's not here to make friends and shit, but like, goddamn, dog. Like, you don't got to make an enemy of the players, man. Like, I still like Predator. I think he's good. I think you can make him just fine. But I do see the flaws. I can't ignore them. I'm trying to be objective here, at least a little bit. This is definitely not me being as objective last time. I'm definitely letting my personal opinions more into this tier list. But like, even I see the flaws, like, you know, like on a personal level. So I'm gonna put him there for now. Maybe I'll change my mind. Move on to Int, our good buddy Int, a rags to riches story. This used to be one of the weirdest and worst skulls in the game. Now he's good. Int is a pretty archetypical power skull. He's a big hitter. He has really good skills. The main draw of this character is like he can press down plus attack and plant grass on the ground. And the more grass that is on the ground, the stronger he becomes. He gets amplification, or maybe just damage increase. I actually, you know what? I think it's increase. The more I think about it, his damage increases for every patch of grass you plant on the ground. You can actually go infinite with your scaling with Int if you play your cards correctly. You can literally he has the highest damage potential in the game because you can plant infinite amounts of grass as long as you don't fuck it up, and just slowly but surely kill your enemy like that. It's not like an actual thing to consider when you're tiering this guy. I'm just pointing it out because it's cool. Like, if you're wondering who literally has the highest, like, there's a lot of skulls that people like and say like they're the strongest skulls, like in like a damage potential sense, but it's this guy right here. He has the highest damage potential, but that doesn't make him the best skull in the game or anything. It's a gimmick. But it does make him consistent. Like, he has a very high natural damage percent that you can make even better with, like, inscriptions and items and stuff. But like on his own, he deals good damage. And also, something that we're going to be talking about a lot more moving ahead as we get into more of these skulls. He has good iframes, which is something I mentioned earlier, potentially with Devil Berserker, but I backed off because I couldn't remember if it's actually true. But this guy, unironically, for sure, one of his skills is called Deep Roots, and if you cast that at Legendary on a patch of grass, he's invincible to all damage. So this is like a skill you can cast if, say, like, Alexander's about to cast his rifts, like where he summons the orbs. and you're very afraid of that move, or even like the meteor, you know, in the debris phase where like he's throwing all the debris at you. If you're at the bottom and you're waiting for him to drop the big meteor on you, you can cast Deep Roots instead of actually like worrying about that move and dodging it with skill. You can just dodge it with iframes, and you'll take 0 damage without even trying to dodge it. So stuff like that is always worth considering with skulls like this. Sorry, I had to mute for a second. But that's only one of his skills. Some of his, like, all of his skills are good. None of them are as good as Deep Root, but all of them are good, except, in my opinion, Nature's Fury. That's what we're talking about earlier with being stuck in your animations when you're casting. Nature's Fury is a lot like that. He doesn't get iframes from casting that. He just stops moving and like slams his fist on the ground really quickly. But if you don't have skill casting speed, he can get stuck in that animation and be completely vulnerable to all damage that's happening around him. And that is like any skill that does that to you, especially if none of the other skills do that to you, are going to be his worst skill. So like Nature's Fury, avoid it. It's not very good. Deep Root, thumbs up. Nature's Fury, thumbs down. The other ones are like, you know, like the wavering thumbs, where it's kind of like, so you're saying like righteous, like you're like a 90s surfer. Like it's like that, you know, like they're middle of the road, but you definitely want Deep Root. You definitely want, you definitely don't want Nature's Fury. But where does that leave Ant across the board? A tier. But where in A tier? Probably here. Maybe here. Probably here, though. He doesn't got the iframes and the utility that this guy has, but he deals good damage. Like, Ant is a good damage dealer. He's a very solid power skull. I think I put him in S tier last time, but like I think he's definitely an A tier skull. But like, he's good. You know, A tier is good for him. Ant's great. I'm a big fan. Got nothing bad to say about him except for Nature's Fury. So let's move on to a skull that everyone knows. the most infamous, or yeah, you know what, infamous. I'm gonna call him infamous because that's how I feel about about Werewolf. The most infamous skull in the game, Werewolf. This skull is just ridiculous, and he's always been ridiculous, and he's always going to be ridiculous unless the devs come in and change something. For one reason and one reason only. And that's called Hunt. Right here. Affected enemies, whenever you cast a skill, affected enemies take 150% amplified damage for 3 fucking seconds. I can't even really emphasize, like, I did like the cup my hand around my microphone amplified my voice thing, but like not even that can put enough emphasis on how absurdly broken that is. 3 seconds of 150% amplification is stupid. It's dumb, man. It's dummy thick. It doesn't even make sense. Like, the devs are so careful in so many other balancing aspects. Like, oh, I forgot to mention Predator's slowness on his swap. Man, I'm so all over the place. But Predator has slowness on his swap. I'm still not going to move him up in the tier list, but like that's worth considering. His swap is very good. Sorry, I just thought I'd point that out. Going on back to Werewolf though. Werewolf, he's a lot of people consider him a physical skull when they're talking about him, but this is one of, if not the only, true instances of a mixed damage skull left in the game. Like, people often shoehorn him into physical for some reason, I guess because his basics do physical damage and Hunt is a physical attack, but he has 2 physical attacks and 2 magic attacks. Rip Apart and Predation deal magic damage. Hunt and Beast Sleep deal physical damage. His swap deals magic damage. The things that appear out. Wait, why does it say? This is not true. Oh no, I guess it is true. The gusts in this path deal magic damage. So I guess man, what were the devs thinking with this? It's so crazy. Whenever you initially hit the enemy, it deals physical, and the things that appear afterwards deal magic damage. So don't know why I question the wiki guys. They know what they're doing. He also has crit rate and crit damage by 30%. Crit, I didn't even know it was crit damage. Holy moly. And 30% proportion to the distance moved. Like, up to 30%. Okay, so like, he can increase his natural crit rate by 30% as long as you're moving often with this guy, which you should be. And he is a speed skull with really good mobility, so like, you're heavily incentivized to just move a lot when you're playing this guy. And also, He you know, like he's like just like the true last example of him. Well, okay, not exclusively because we have clown here, but there's not a lot of instances of skulls that are designed around both damage types left in the game, and he's one of them. So if you're ever playing this guy and you get like rip apart and predation, don't be afraid to build a magic damage run, because magic werewolf is very good and very usable. However, any werewolf run you're using, be it magic or physical, you definitely want hunt if you're min-maxing, like for sure, because hunt is the be-all end-all when it comes to werewolf. Like, because like people see hunt as a physical attack, but it's frankly just a neutral attack, because no one plays hunt for the damage it deals. People play hunt for the debuff, and amplification against an enemy affects both magic and physical damage. So like, regardless of what you're doing, just don't shoehorn him into a physical skull, basically is what I'm saying. He's also a magic skull as well. So where does that leave him in the meta? I mean, no shock, he's here. But I guess the shock will be that I'm not putting him above Bomber, because this is my personal tier list. I'm not being objective here, or at least I'm being objective from my framework, but maybe not yours. Like, the last tier list, I tried to consider it from like what the community's opinion is, but like this is my tier list, and in my true, my humble true opinion, Bomber is better than Werewolf across the board. Werewolf is a one-trick pony for sure. The trick is great, don't get it twisted. He's very, very, very good. But I don't think he's better than Bomber. But he is S+. This guy will never be knocked off his throne. Like, there are 3 skulls in the game that I think contend for the top spot with not a ton of variability, or like a ton of variance, I guess I should say. That's a much better word. Like, a Bomber, Werewolf, and my third pick, who we haven't gotten to yet, are all vying for the top, like, best skull in the game spot. And honestly, it could go to either one, and I would not bat an eye. Like, if someone argues in the comments that Werewolf is the best, and I'm a big dum-dum for not thinking that, like, okay, like, sure, man. Like, I'm not so much of a nitpicker that I'm like, oh, no, he's not. How could you even think that? Like, it's very reasonable to think that he's better than Bomber. I just personally don't. But, like, I see the arguments why. I just personally value swapping and kaboom and like chain swapping and like the damage kaboom does. I value it more than just amplification from hunt. But like, I don't think you're a dum-dum for thinking that. I just disagree. So feel free to disagree with me, but he is S+, 100%. He will never be dethroned unless the devs directly nerf him. However, he's not the best skull in the game, in my opinion. Now let's move on to Frost Skull. This skull is also huge. Why is he so big? I mean, it's not a big deal. It's just like, goddamn, dude, look how fucking big he is. Jesus Christ. But Frost Skull is a very interesting skull. He's the representative for, shocker, the absolute zero status in this game, the freeze status. He's a very good representative of it, though. And even outside of frost or freeze runs, he's just a good skull in general. He has like active, without any investment, high probability to freeze the opponent, which is both good and bad. If you're not building around freeze, sometimes freezing your opponent can fuck you up because like it changes the timing of an attack. I've had plenty of moments where freezing an enemy on a run where I'm not focusing freeze has just hurt me and not helped me. But that doesn't mean, it's not like bad enough to like discount this skull, because his skills are just so powerful. And honestly, even just freezing the enemy a lot of the time can be just a good thing still, even if you're not focused. Like, sometimes it fucks you, sometimes it helps you. But like, it's still helpful. Like, I'm not, it's kind of neutral, I guess, if you're not actually focusing frost. But if you're not focusing frost, this skull can still do a ton of work just through the sheer power of his skills. He has like that skill that summons a glacier that's very good, that when you use your basics on it, it like shoots forward an ice crystal. You can do some pretty wacky things with that, because not only he can interact with that, like, for instance, Mummy with the flamethrower can interact with it, which has like instant tick refresh. So you can literally just summon like just hundreds of fucking ice crystals to shoot at your enemy. It's very cool. He has the charge skill, which I begrudgingly have some respect for these days. I've definitely gained a little more respect for concentration outside of concentration skulls. I still personally am a fan of just pressing that skill button and not concentrating it. But like I've had people argue with me that like you should concentrate that skill, and I see more. I see the value more than I used to. But like that's a good skill. He has the dash skill that's really good. The only skill he has that I don't like is the glacial field one, because that's another instance of being caught in your animations. It's a long casting animation, and if you don't have skill cast speed, he can get stuck in it, and that's problematic. But it's not like the worst thing in the world. It's just like annoying. And none of this is even to get into how if you focus Frost or if you focus Absolute Zero when you're playing this guy, he's obscenely powerful, especially if you get lucky and get Glacier Breaker. Holy moly. But like the best thing about Frost Skull, the literal best thing, it's insane. You know, I'm actually going to pull the wiki up. I want to see how much time it actually is. But when you swap into this skull, he goes into an iceberg basically. And when he's in the iceberg, he can't take any damage. It's iframes galore. And if you don't move, like you can move and instantly jump out of the iceberg and it deals damage. But if you don't move, he's in that iceberg for so long. How long is it? I'm very curious. No, okay, no. 2 seconds. Is it really only 2? No way, really? It feels a lot longer. I'll trust the wiki guys though. It's probably 2 seconds. But 2 seconds in Skull, I guess, just is like a long time. Like I swear to God, it's not 2. I swear to God. You know what? I'm genuinely curious if they got that wrong. I don't think it's just 2 seconds, because like if you don't move, like he's in that Mother Hubbard for a while. But either way, even if it is 2 seconds, 2 seconds I guess goes a long way. That's what I'll say for now, is 2 seconds goes a long way in Skul the Hero Slayer. If you're invulnerable to all damage for 2 seconds, it's like such an enormous amount of time to just sit there and wait for the enemy to do an attack you're scared of. And then you jump out of it and you just bypass their scary move. There's other skulls that have iframe swaps, such as Gargoyle. Let me pull up Gargoyle actually. That'll give me a good indication if they got it wrong. Swap skill. Oh, wait, this one doesn't even have the seconds. Okay, that's so weird. I don't know what to think about that. I'm just gonna go with that they got it right. But Gargoyle has a similar swap, but it's not even nearly as useful as the Frost Skull swap. Like this is one of the best swaps in the entire game, especially for defensive utility. If you're ever struggling, especially against he who shall not be named, and you're very afraid of the stuff he does, just go out into Frost Skull, swap to avoid his scariest moves. It's a cheesy strategy, and I do recommend you do learn that fight without cheesing it. But if you just want to like win and beat him, something like this is a good way to do it. Just like bring Frost Skull, use your swap. But we're not talking about here. I'm not factoring that into my analysis of like where I actually place him. I just wanted to point that out. So where does that leave Frost Skull? Definitely S tier for sure. Now it's the part where I have to pair him up against these other guys. He's definitely above here. I would even put him above Mage. I would put him above Recruit too. I think he's here. This one's a little fishy for me. I'll come back to this because I'm such a Recruit enjoyer, but like I think I'm pretty comfortable with this, at least right now. He can go there. But you know, that's up to change later, potentially. Alright, let's talk about Ninja. Ninja is another skull that has iframe swap. Excuse me real quick. This is a post-edit because, unfortunately, my microphone was muted while I was recording the Ninja segment. So, unfortunately, for Ninja fans, you guys are going to have to get an abridged version of what I was talking about. I'll make it very quick here, I apologize, but it is what it is. What I'll say is Ninja is my favorite skull in the game, so, you know, I do have that personal bias, but my bias does not cloud my judgment when it comes to analyzing this guy. So Ninja is an ability spam skull. He's very good at what he does. He has he has 4 skills that he uses when he's on the ground, like 4 potential skills, but when he is in the air, his skills turn into new skills. So Ninja actually has 8 potential skills that he can use total. which is the second most amount of skills that a Skul has access to in the game. On any given run, you have access to 4 different skills, which is very, very unique. Not even King can say that, even though he has the access to the most amount of skills. Ninja has, like, on any run, access to the most amount of skills possible that any Skul can have. And they're all very powerful. He's a very good ability spam items user. For that, I placed him into the A or S tier, kind of like in the middle of it, because I have a very high opinion of him, but I'm not going to let my personal bias cloud my judgment. He's great. I don't have anything negative to say about him, but he's not the biggest damage dealer in the game. There are better Skuls for that, so like he's not S plus or at the tip top of S, but he is a very good Skul. Like I said, this is an abridged version of what I said originally. I apologize. It's short, but it's kind of hard to weave in a post edit seamlessly into an active flowing tier list. So I'm going to cut ahead to the next portion where I review the next Skul. But that's where I put Ninja. So cutting ahead to where I would have left off, or where I unmuted my microphone and moved on with it. Apologies. Let's just keep going though. Anyways, moving on to Gambler. Ooh, I'm so excited to talk about Gambler because Gambler got direct buffs this update. Had to mute for a second there. Gambler got direct buffs. The buffs he got are not enormous, but they're good enough. The problem is I don't have a good way to read his buffs to you because it's not going to be on the wiki because the wiki is out of date. I could pull up the Skul patch notes, but that would take too long. I'll try and say it off the dome though. He has this new mechanic where like if you so the thing about Gambler is he's always been a Skul centered around RNG. You can either high roll a skill or low roll a skill. We were talking earlier about he's kind of like Spartan, I guess, like that, where like he has enhanced versions of his skills, but unlike Spartan, you have no control over it. He has a 10% chance to high roll a skill, and if he high rolls one of his skills, he can instantly cast it again, and that can also high roll, but it's a 10% chance. There's no way to manipulate the RNG. Oh, actually there is, but no, not directly. You can't change the 10%. But he could just like rapidly cast into a bunch of high rolls over and over, and when he starts doing that, it gets absurd. The new mechanic is whenever he high rolls, he gets a gambling chip, and if I'm not mistaken, those gambling chips amplify skill damage by, I think, 5% per chip. And the chip lasts for, I think, 7 seconds. 7, of course, the lucky number. So if you can high roll multiple skills in the 7-second time slot, you can continuously stack his skills until it's maximum stacked. I think it amplifies by 5% per chip up to 7 times. And also increases skill casting speed, which is very nice. Both of those are very good stats to have. Although Gambler is not one Skul to really get stuck in his animation, so skill casting speed's not as important, but it is nice. His best skill is the one where he throws the cards, like he summons cards behind him. Though I used to not be a fan of the roulette wheel. I've recently just kind of, I don't know what I was thinking. The roulette wheel is very good. It's very, very, very powerful. I like the skills that he summons where he leaves something behind. So like if you swap out of him, you still get value. The cards that he throws are one of those skills. Excuse me. I might have to give my voice a break in a minute and turn this into a multi-session recording because I don't want to be clearing my throat into your guys' ears a bunch. Let me just drink some water real quick. Okay, hopefully that helps. But I'm probably going to take a break and just not upload a video. Like, I'm going to miss a video upload. But, this video is very long, so hopefully you guys forgive me. Anyways, where was I? Oh, all of his skills, in my opinion, are good, except for the gun skill, where he either shoots a bunch of bullets, like if he high rolls, or if he low rolls, he like shoots himself and it explodes. It doesn't deal damage to you, but it's the weakest skill. It's the only skill where you can get caught in your animations, and it's also just like not that good. But Gambler is like a very good crit item user. He's very good at that. He's obviously a ability spam item user as well. He's also just a good raw damage skull. Frankly, the update that they gave him this patch wasn't even that necessary. He was always good, but like they literally just gave him tools to make him better, honestly. Like Gambler went from a good skull to a great skull, in my opinion. Before I would have put him in A tier. I'm definitely putting him in S tier somewhere. I don't think he's better than Lich. He's probably here, but like, he's so fucking good. And earlier I said you can manipulate the RNG. Just skill cooldown reduction is a way to manipulate the 10%. Like, just the more often you can cast your skills, the better. He's the best infinite bone user in the game, for sure. Like, normally I'm not that big of a fan of infinite bone, but on Gambler, I certainly am. It's very good on him. He's just like, I don't know, man. Gambler's very cool and interesting. I really like Gambler. I've always liked Gambler. I'm glad that I can put him comfortably here now before I put him, like, probably near the top of A. But, like, definitely an S tier skull. The buffs he got weren't enormous, but they were great. Speaking of enormous, let's move on to our big boy here. The biggest of boys, Ghoul. Excuse me. A Ghoul is very big. These two, I would say that this is a very non-new player friendly skull. And there's still some merits to that, but there's... I mean... you know what? Fuck it. Ghoul is just OP as fuck. Ghoul is very, very, very good. What makes Ghoul good? He has this mechanic where whenever you attack an enemy with your basic attack, he spawns these chunks, these meat chunks, and the more meat chunks he eats, the more damage percent he gets, and the bigger he gets. Like, Ghoul's sprite literally grows. And eventually he becomes so big that, like, you can't really dodge damage with him very easily. Like, because the bigger his sprite gets, the bigger his hitbox gets. To the point where eventually, like, dodging damage with Ghoul is very, very hard to do. But the thing about that makes it fine with Ghoul is whenever you take damage, depending on the amount of meat chunks you currently have, the damage you take in a period of time, you can swallow his meat chunks, which spawns like a gas cloud on the field that deals damage, but it heals you. And that's the big draw to Ghoul, is like, he can heal off the damage he takes. And that's enormous for multiple reasons. For one, because you can increase that healing that he can do with the dark ability Piety. And you can actually, normally you can't go positive with your healing on Ghoul, but if you have Piety, you can easily go positive with your healing on Ghoul, which makes him literally able to, like, not just, like, essentially not take damage, which is kind of the point in the mechanic without Piety, but with Piety, you can not only avoid taking damage just by swallowing your chunks, but you can literally heal with it. And that's enormously powerful. And the bigger the heal, the bigger the bigger the Piety boost, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So like, whenever I'm playing Ghoul, I tend to swallow my chunks quickly, which is a perfectly viable and valid strategy while playing Ghoul. But if you're careful and you time it correctly, you can literally, like, probably even close to maximum heal your HP. If you're like at half HP and you almost let yourself die, and then you swallow the chunks while the damage you took to get to that point is still relevant. Like, it's very powerful. And not only to get into his mechanics, but you can even further compound his defensive prowess by bringing along the Revenge Inscription, which also heals you when you take damage. So like, you can literally become unkillable with Ghoul. Like, even Dark Skull cowers at his fucking might, okay? Dark Skull is like, damn, dude, I just can't kill this guy. It sucks, man. I'm supposed to be the best skull in the game. What the hell is this? So where does that put Ghoul? Easy S tier. Actually, you know what? There's still more to discuss. He's so good. His skills at Legendary also boost his stats. Like, he has that suction ability where he, like, sucks in, and then bites them. That amplifies his damage. Like, amplifies his damage. It's so powerful. And then he has a basic attack speed, the one where he, like, swings his sword and bites. That makes his attack speed higher. Like, so many relevant stats that help this skull on his skills. So, like, he just has so much natural damage scaling. Like, it's way more consistent than Ints too. Like, Like, Int has a higher ceiling with his built-in mechanics with damage scaling, but Ghoul's make damage scaling with his mechanics is more consistent, which is why he's way higher than Int. Ghoul might be here. Or even here. I think I'm going to put him here, though. I don't know, man. Ghoul's good. I think I put him in A tier last time. I was a fool. Although Revenge hadn't gotten buffed back then. But even then, Piety still existed, so... The Revenge buff, along with just, like, my revelations since the last tier list, boost him enormously here. He's here, easy. I could even put him here. I could even put him here, but I'm going to put him here. Ghoul is very good. Ghoul is very, 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 very good. If you're not a fan of Ghoul, you need to get woke, okay? Get woke. Fucking play Ghoul and just enjoy. It's so fun. Talking about not fun, although I disagree. I'm just going with the community consensus so far. Let's get into another one of the new skulls. Our tiny friend here, fucking minuscule mini-me buddy, the world's smallest sprite, almost looks like a dwarf from here. God of War, or Officer, I guess I should be calling him. Officer is one of the new skulls introduced in the Myths DLC. A lot of negativity around this character, including from myself. A lot of very bad first impressions. A lot of people don't like him. A lot of people think he sucks. He's irredeemably bad. I used to say this as well. However, I've recently, I think I've played this skull more than any of the new ones. By a lot, even. It's not even a maybe. I certainly have. Because I experimented heavily with this character to do everything I could to figure out how to play him and how to make him good. Because I initially would have put him down here below Champion, which I guess is a spoiler that I don't think he's down there. I've done a lot of experimentation with him. I've figured out a lot about this skull. I think I'm pretty good at him. I have a much higher opinion of him than I did initially. However, I still have to acknowledge that this skull is inherently flawed, because Champion is inherently flawed. And as a fan of this skull, I have to point out the negatives, or else lest I become the Champion fanbase who thinks he's good when he's not. So the good things about this skull is he deals a lot of damage. The inherent mechanics around this skull is whenever you cast a skill, he has a bunch of different skills. If you hold down plus attack, he does a thing called Unrivaled Strike that deals an additional amount of damage. It's very quick succession too. Like, the entire point of this skull, in my opinion, is he's meant to be like a warrior-esque skull. Like, well, actually, I'll put him here so we can talk about him now that I'm mentioning him. But warrior is like a big, fat, damage-dealing power skull. He deals fucking enormous damage, but he's slow as molasses. I think this is Southpaw's attempt at making a skull who fits that archetype. He's a big, fat, damage-dealing power skull. He's fairly slow, but it's basically warrior, but he's like a little faster. He has a little bit better flow of gameplay, where like the Unrivaled Strikes are big damage dealers that are just like faster than the warrior's concentration. However, at legendary, also you know what, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about his different skills. All of his different skills affect the Unrivaled Strike differently. He has one skill that makes his Unrivaled Strike get more range, and as you can imagine with this polearm he has here, he has a shit ton of range. That's like one thing that you can definitely say about this skull, is he can hit very far from where he stands. So that one increases the range. He has one that allows him to do multiple Unrivaled Strikes. The best one, however, easily, if you're playing this character, you take this skill. Ultimate Warrior. It amplifies the damage of Unrivaled Strike. It's vital. It's essential. You need Ultimate Warrior, in my opinion, because it's where the big damage comes from. Otherwise, the only skill I don't like that he has is, I think it's Unstoppable Advancement. It's the one that lets you cast multiple Unrivaled Strikes. And why that's bad is what we're about to get into. There is definitely some things to say about this skull and his legendary form, because at legendary he gets a thing called Heroic Unrivaled Strikes. And the problem with Heroic Unrivaled Strikes is Um, well, they cannot be sped up. They literally cannot be sped up. You know how I've talked multiple times about getting caught in your animations. This is getting caught in your animations, the Skul the game, okay? Like colon the Skul, colon the game. Because his unrivaled strikes literally stop him dead in time. He literally cannot move, and he stands there for a second before he casts it. Like I'm talking a whole ass second of just standing there before he casts this. And that's extremely problematic, as we've said before, because if you're stuck there, you can't dodge, you get hit, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't even heal with revenge if you're literally stuck there. Because to heal with revenge, you have to attack, and he can't. So, I think dashing also works with revenge, but he can't do that either, so. And unlike skill casting speed, this is not considered a skill. This is considered its own thing. This is like a Skul action. I don't even know where in the action economy the game handles down plus attacks. But they can't be sped up with Manatech 3 or Arachna Shrine. There's no way that I know of. I don't think there's any way, period, to speed up Skul actions. That includes stuff like up attack on Archlich, down attack to summon clones on Monkey. On other Skuls, this isn't that big of a deal because down attacks are kind of gimmicky anyway. But this guy's down attack is the whole point in playing this guy. Like, if you're not using his down attack, why are you playing him? There's no point. So being stuck in a heroic unrivaled strike is horrible. The good thing about heroic unrivaled strikes is they actually deal good damage. They're not bad at dealing damage. They're actually good at dealing damage. It's like warrior concentration attacks, but you can put them out in rapid succession. But like that's not enough to help. I mentioned earlier Unstoppable Advancement. The reason Unstoppable Advancement is bad is because heroic unrivaled strikes are bad. Like you want to cast them as little as possible. So getting more heroic unrivaled strikes is the only way Unstoppable Advancement becomes a good skill. I've talked a lot about this guy. I think I've spent the longest on him, or maybe champion, but let's actually tier him now. He's not down here. I don't think he's a D tier Skul. I'm tempted to put him here. Probably behind Davy, honestly. Like, I like Officer. I think he's fun. I don't think he's bad either. C does not mean cad instead of bad. C is just like, these Skuls are weird. They're hard to use and they're weird. And it's like, I'm never at the end of a run am I going to be like, God damn, dude, if only I had Davy Jones, we would have been popping off. Or, God damn, if only I had God of War, dude, this run would have been so much better. So, that's just kind of how I feel about C tier. Like, literally 0 instances of me saying that at the end of a run. And as much as I like this guy and I enjoy playing him, I have to keep it real. I'm keeping it real hacks. He is problematic. He is weird. He's hard to use. He doesn't really... The way they fix this guy is let us speed up the heroic unrivaled strikes, please. Like, come on. It's ridiculous. We should be able to do it. Just turn him into skills, and then they become even better. Like, it's just so many weird aspects about this guy that are just odd, and I'll never understand why the devs made the decisions they did while making this guy. I hope they fix him. I doubt they will. Anyways, moving on to Warrior, who is another Skul I brought up while talking about him because I think these guys kind of fit the same bill, except Warrior's better, obviously. Warrior is a concentration Skul, much like our buddy here, the Warlock. However, the Warrior isn't quite the same. He does have iframes on his concentrations, but it's not like the Warlock where you have to fill out your concentration meter until it's like at its max and then you cast your skill and you're invincible. With Warrior, at Legendary, he has 2 different tiers of concentration skills where you can concentrate and then you can concentrate even further and further enhance the skill. And if you're just desperate to dodge damage with Warrior, in the second tier of concentration, if you unleash the skill then, you still get the iframes, which is very, very, very nice. And the cool thing about Warrior is whenever you're doing your animation and you're taking damage, Whenever you're, I should say, whenever you're taking damage on the iframes, it enhances the damage of the skill you're about to use. So like the whole point in this guy is timing your concentrations at the perfect moment and releasing, so you can take as much damage, or like take damage on your iframes as much as possible, and then unleash just like an enormous fucking fat damage number. And he's so good at dealing huge damage. Some of the bigger damage numbers you'll ever see in this game are going to come from warrior runs. So he's got iframes on deck. He's got damage on deck. The problem with warrior is he's slow as molasses. Like he's just super fucking slow. But it's not bad. He's good. He's got iframes. That's like the big thing I can say about warriors. The iframes are very nice. They're definitely more awkward than like ninja iframes or Froskull iframes. So he's not like up here with the big boys. But he's not bad. Iframes are inherently just a good thing to have. So frankly, I think that puts him probably like around here. I think this is a solid spot for warrior. I don't think he's... I might have had him in low S tier in the last tier list. So, like, if he's fallen, he's not fallen far. But, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm for one, I'm a much better player than I was back then. So my opinions are just, like, more refined than they were in the last tier list. But also, the meta has shifted. You know, things have changed. There's more past the Dark Hero, so you have to consider more. He's good at... Anyone that has iframes, though, is inherently going to have advantages in this game, because the iframes are nice. They're cheesy. We love them. Speaking of iframes, let's move on to our buddy here, the Gargoyle. I mentioned him earlier. I should have moved him up, actually, but I mentioned him when talking about Froskull. Froskull is... Gargoyle is probably, in most people's opinions, like, down here in the dumps. The fucking fandom at large hates Gargoyle. They hate him. And I don't even entirely... Like, I understand why. Gargoyle is very, very, very weird, man. He's just an oddball skull. He basically has permanent ice physics. That's not great, man. Like, having permanent ice physics is fucking... Like, he floats around everywhere. Like, he doesn't stop on a dime like everyone else, which can lead into some weird situations for new players, especially, who are trying to learn the game, and, like, they just got ice physics on them. So I get why people don't like him. He's awkward. He's weird. A lot of his abilities suck balls. Like, he has stack skills that suck, and that's, like, a hell of an achievement. Like, making stack skills suck should be in the Guinness Book of World Records with this Mother Hubbard's face plastered right next to it. Because that's a hell of an achievement. Can't believe he did that, but he did. The problem with him is they displace him. I talked about this earlier while talking about Predator, but being displaced is bad. So like when you're casting your skills as Gargoyle, like he leaps into the air, and then he has like the skills, and they send him flying backwards like this. It's just it's psychotic. Like, why would you ever want to do that? There's a mechanic in the game where staying in the air as long as possible amplifies his damage. That's the only thing I can see ever being beneficial for doing this. Occasionally, they'll allow you to dodge a scary attack or something, but oftentimes, they're just going to send you flying into a scary attack, basically. In boss arenas especially, like, where it's just a square, like, imagine this is the fucking boss arena, he's just going to, like, hit the ceiling. Like, and then the boss is going to leap up into the air and slice open your jugular, and you're going to die. Like, that's how it's going to go, so... Like, it's just, they're awkward. And Eye of the Gargoyle is his other skill. That's a fine skill. The main reason we're here, though, is to talk about Petrify. I'm a bit of a Petrify evangelist. I'm here to spread the good word. Petrify is one of the best skills in the game. It gives you instant iframes, and you can control... It's a lot like Froskull Swap, actually. Petrify, you can control when you jump out of it. Like, you press Petrify, you remove your hands from the controller or keyboard, you wait for the scary move to be over, and then you come out of it. You have to time it precisely, but, like, having iframes that you have, like, literal precise control over is, like, so good. He also, much like Froskull, has iframes on his swap, but they're not as good as Petrify, but they're similar. He turns into a stone statue, basically, and then you can choose when to come out of it. But Petrify deals damage, and it's on a skill, so it's just infinitely better. What does this mean for Gargoyle, though? In terms of his placement? Man, people aren't going to like this. I'm not putting him in S, but I'm putting him in high A. Somewhere like, somewhere like here. This is probably a good spot for Gargoyle. Maybe, arguably here. But the thing about Gargoyle is he's good at skill spam. He's good at basic attacks. He's good at crit items if you're using a basic attack. In fact, there's a really cool Genie's Chain Sickle mixed damage build you can do with him. Build around sword and crit items, and you get like the crit from swords. It's good, man. Gargoyle's a lot better than people give him credit, for sure. Like, I get why people don't like Gargoyle. I understand. But you just don't know how to play him. Like, you just gotta watch my Gargoyle videos. And also, I understand if it doesn't change your mind, because you're allowed to your own opinion, but like, you're wrong. It's a skill thing. Like, you just gotta practice with him. Practice makes perfect. Same with this guy. But this guy doesn't have the even close to advantages that Gargoyle has. So Gargoyle is just built differently. He's actually good. You just gotta learn how to play him. Anyways, Reaper. This is a fan favorite, and it's easy to see why. Although the person who made this tier list used the old Reaper sprite, I think. No, actually, no, this is new Reaper. Never mind. Never mind. You got it right. That's what's up. Good job. Anyways, Reaper is a skull who is very interesting. He's another skull with like insane natural damage potential, where like his natural damage percent is like very easy to scale up into the stratosphere, because every time you kill an enemy, this while you're out as Reaper, you have the chance to spawn a soul, and then you reap the soul, and you get like you get one soul, and every soul you have counts towards 1 damage percent in your magic. So if you get an early Reaper, you can easily get like 300 natural damage percent or something off of him. I mean, if you're a farmer and a psycho, every Reaper swap, whenever you swap into Reaper and he attacks, if you kill something with that, it gives you a free soul guaranteed. And that also still has the chance to spawn a soul from an enemy. So if you're a psycho and you want to farm, you can even get like I've seen someone do 10,000, but they literally like stood in front of like I think they farmed off of like the maids in Act 2. Like that's ridiculous. It's fun and it's gimmicky, but like it's ridiculous. You don't have to do that. Frankly, my opinion on Reaper is a 150 is all you need. 150 souls is the benchmark, because every time you get 50 souls, you increase your skills up to 3 times. So like 50 souls, your skills increase. They change and get better. And then 100 souls, they get even better. And then 150 souls, they max out. That's all you need with Reaper, and the rest is just gravy on top. But like everyone likes gravy on top, so nothing wrong with getting your soul count high. Just don't get caught up on farming on Reaper. A lot of people get stuck on that, and it makes your Reaper run, you'll lose your Reaper run and be like, dude, man, how could I lose such a good run with such a good skull? It's because you farmed. You got hung up on the damage numbers rather than just how good the skull is naturally, and we'll talk about that now. Reaper is very good. He has a lot of really good skills. 3 of them are great. Guillotine is his worst one, and even then, Guillotine is great. So like all of his skills are good. A lot of them have iframes on them. He has one skill where he like slowly floats across the screen, and when I say slowly, he slowly floats. It's like a solid 2.5 seconds of just invincibility. It's definitely his weakest damaging skill, but if you're worried about your defensive prowess, you can take this skill and just like avoid damage with it. His best skill is Fissure, and let's pull up Reaper because I can't remember the names of all of his skills. Here we are. Make sure it's capturing it. It is. All right. Fissure of the Netherworld and Harvest are a really good combination, because if you place Fissure on the ground and then cast Harvest, because the Harvest like slows down time, and the Reaper like is invincible to damage, and like the enemy doesn't move, and he then like after like a second and a half or so slices them, and then he reaps a soul from all the enemies he kills, and it can increase your damage percent. It's not very good against bosses with like the scaling from the for each enemy struck with this shit, but it's still a very powerful skill in and of itself. But like when you have time slowed down with Harvest, I swear to God, Fissure, if you place down Fissure first, the Fissure is like not slowed down by time, it's like normal. So like while you're hitting them with Harvest, they're still taking damage from the Fissure. It's a really cool combo. But if you look at Fissure's cooldown, even at its lowest, it still is 35. So this is like a very high skill, cooldown skill. So you definitely want your Arachna Shrine maxed out, and you definitely probably want Mana Cycle 2 at least. But all the like this goes from 44 to 15, so like you definitely want to max out this skill. But with all that said, where do I count the Reaper here? A lot of people are going to be mad about this one. I don't think he's S+. Or maybe he is. You know what? I'm going to put him in S+. Actually, avoid the controversy. I'm tempted to put him here, but I'm going to put him here at the back. Because Reaper is big as fuck. He's slow. He does have the iframes, but I don't know. He's just big and slow. Like, he's a balanced skull, and balanced skulls are not speed skulls. And a lot of these skulls in the top are going to be speed skulls. Shocker. But he's just slow. That's my problem with Reaper. He's slow. He's lumbering. He's huge. He's a big target. And when I say my problem with Reaper, it's like fucking almost nothing. Like, he's almost perfect, but like he don't got that dog in him like these two. But I think he has more dog in him than Alchemist. So I'm gonna put him here. He may fall down, but probably not. I think he's fine in S+. But he'll probably be at the back, to much people's dismay, because people really like Reaper, and I do too. I just don't think he's better than Bomber or Werewolf. I think I'm going to do like 2 more, then I'm going to take the break. It'll be like a day in between, but like, it's not going to affect you guys. This is for myself, I guess, just so my voice doesn't die, and I don't kill myself making this fucking tier list more than I already have. It's been like 2 hours. Alright, let's talk about Shield. Shield Skull. I'm going to do 3 more. Man, I want to do 4 more. Okay, I might do 4 more. Shield Skull is a power skull who is centered around gaining shield. Shocker. He's Shield Skull, he gains shield. The shield is like a mechanic in this game where it's like temporary HP, basically. It's something that appears before your HP bar. Like, if you take damage on it, it doesn't actually lower your HP amount. There's not a lot of mechanics in this game centered around gaining shield. It's kind of rare. Shield Skull is one of the only skulls that can, in fact, other than Dark Paladin, who basically doesn't generate shield, it's only 10. This is like one of the only skulls in the game that actually generates real shield that you can use in like in an actual utility way that's centered around taking damage. Because like, when you generate shield on this guy, you generate the shield and you're like guarding it. You're like, this is my baby, no one can have it. Whereas shield on this guy, you're like, hell yeah, hit me. That's what's up. Although, the more shield that Shield Skull has, it like amplifies his damage percent. So there is even incentive around maintaining your shield on Shield Skull. So maybe I'm tripping and shield. I guess that's part of the problem. It's like all the mechanics on Skull centered around shield. It's like, dude, I just want to hoard this shit. I don't want to lose this. This is making my damage. This is making me hit like a truck. But it's like, isn't the point to like allow you to take hits? But he has a parry, which, like I said recently, I've become more of a fan of parries. In fact, watch my latest Davy Jones video where this guy is the partner skull, and I use that parry a lot to good use. It actually saves my ass. So big, I've grown on parries. He has a concentration skill where it he's a weird skull where his basic attack is a concentration basic attack, but if you use the concentration skill, it makes his concentration attacks instant use. And amplifies, I think amplifies or increases, I don't know which, but it makes them deal more damage. So it's a lot of people don't seem to like it, but I like the concentration attack skill. It's pretty good. But in my opinion, the 2 skills you want are the other 2. I'm considering pulling him up here. I probably shouldn't because I'm trying not to kill myself today, but not literally, for the record, from exhaustion. But Shield Bash is the one that I like the most. Whenever you use this skill, it just gives you shield. It's very powerful. It has low skill cooldown, deals damage. At Legendary, it leaves behind like a AoE that also deals damage. Shield Bash is great. Wait, no. Shield Smash, sorry. It gives you 10 HP for 5 seconds. I thought it was more. I thought it was 20. The other skill I like a lot is Shield Charge. Because as you guys know, I'm a fan of skills that do something as soon as you press the button. These are passive, these are active. So inherently, I favor active skills. This one makes him charge forward, and then he like pushes forward a barrier, fires the Guardian Shield as it says, dealing physical damage. So these are the ones I like the most. However, I do quite like this these days now. Wait, actually, no. This. I like this now. I guess my least favorite one is Shield Rush. But Shield Rush is good too. That's the one that makes the concentration, and it amplifies physical attack by 20%. And a really weird quirk is if you don't upgrade your shield past common, and you use Shield Rush, you can actually pass on the concentration boost to other concentration skulls. Fun fact. So if you're playing a Warlock run and you bring along a common shield, it doesn't work past common. I don't know why. But if you use that skill at common and then you swap out to Warlock, you can almost instantly cast a meteor. You can almost instantly charge up a tier 3 attack on your warrior, among other things. It's a very weird glitch. I don't do it often. I might do a run centered around it soon just to show it off. But I'm not considering it when I'm tiering this guy. It's a glitch. It's weird. So where does that leave the shield? He's definitely not S. I put him in high S before. I don't think shield is that good, especially in a meta where Alexander exists, as well as He Who Shall Not Be Named, but of course I'm not considering that. Shield just, it don't got that dog in him. Shield, and when I say shield, I mean the mechanic shield, not our buddy here. Shield is not that good. I don't very highly value Fortress as an inscription. I don't really highly value shield as a mechanic. There's also stuff like shield destruction on the meatball, which is it's almost like that solely exists to make this guy worse. I don't know, man. Like, if we're talking Antique 4 versus Fortress 4, I'm taking Antique 4 because here's the kicker. Antique 4, which reduces damage, all damage taken at a certain point. If you have Antique 4, it works on it works on HP barriers. It works on shield. So like Fortress 4 makes, if you have shield, you can like get more out of your shield. It makes the HP barrier take less damage. But Antique does the same thing, and it also works on HP. So it's just, I don't know. I don't have a high opinion of barrier in general. And a new barrier item just got added, and it's magic damage. Not that you can't build magic shield, you can, but like, goddamn, dude, like, it'd be a lot better if it was physical damage. So you could actually use it on this Mother Hubbard here. So I don't know. Shield's fallen for me quite a bit. I'll put him here. He's not bad. He's good. He just I used to consider him like way up here, but it's here now. Behind our buddy the Warlock. So sorry, shield enjoyers. I like him. Don't get it twisted. I think he's cool. I think he's fun. However, he's just that. He's good, he's cool, he's fun, but he's not OP. Anyways, let's move on to something OP. The Clown. Truly a one-trick pony. The most one-trick pony in the game. But goddamn is his trick good. So, this is a character centered around, I guess mixed damage, you could say. Whenever he hits enemies with his knife basic attack, it puts a debuff on them, and when the debuff reaches 3, I think, it deals a magic damage burst. So his knives that he throws are a mid-range attack that deal physical damage, but when the debuff hits maximum, it deals magic damage. And I think a lot of his skills are also like that, where it's like they also apply the debuff and deal a burst of magic damage. So like, this is not nearly as mixed damage focused as our boy up here, but he is mixed damage focused for sure. That's all pretty irrelevant on this character, but it is the inherent mechanics attached to him, so I wanted to bring it up. That's not why you play Clown. The reason you play Clown is one thing, and one thing only. Let's find it. Went the wrong way. That's what's up. There's so many rare skulls. God, I passed his ass. Going too fast. Okay, here he is. You play Clown for Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box is one of the single strongest things you can do in this game, but only on one specific build. But that build happens to be crit items, which is the strongest archetype in Skul the Hero Slayer. With this character, all you have to do, and I'll even go to the items section here. We're going to look at some items, which is not something I expected to be doing here, but I want to show you guys. You find one specific item. That item is called Can't do my alphabet, guys. Here, invisible knife. You find this. I lied, by the way. There's more than one item. You find this. These two here. These Mother Hubbards. No banner, but that's fine. Gunpowder sword and invisible knife. You get a lot of crit rate. You probably take like Thieves' Black Steel daggers. And then you go to town, okay? But the real kicker behind Joker is invisible knife. Straight up, invisible knife makes this character busted. Even decent crit rate, but you also need damage percent. But Jack in the Box just like shreds enemies to pieces. Like truly shreds them to just ribbons. Like the amount of damage that a well-timed Jack in the Box can do, it's unimaginable with crit items. Like, because there's so many instances of damage happening at once, and all of them can crit, and then the things that they summon can crit. It just like, if you've probably seen videos of it happening. In fact, I have videos of it happening on my channel somewhere. But like, you do that against Chimera, she's dead like instantly almost. You do that against Jones, she just dies instantly. It works against the Dark Hero, it works against Alexander. Doesn't work as well against Dark Skull because he's small. But we're not talking about Dark Skull. And it still works on Dark Skull regardless, but it just doesn't work as well. Point being, Jack in the Box is just OP. Now, his other skills aren't bad, but we don't talk about those. We talk about Jack in the Box, because Jack in the Box is one of the single strongest button presses in the whole game. So strong, in fact, it literally puts him up here. Like, he is an S+ tier Skull, for sure. You probably are shocked to see him up here if you are unfamiliar with this, but like, he's very, very powerful. He's very worth your time. If you haven't played Jack in the Box crit items, play it, okay? You'll see what I mean. In fact, that could probably be a very easy way for you to get your first clear. Just be very, the only thing I'll say bad about Clown is his swap is goddamn awful. It's one of the worst swaps in the whole game. It's so bad. It's so obscenely bad. But like, who cares? Just don't even swap. Like, I'm literally encouraging you guys not to swap. Rare fucking moment from me. I mean, it's not so bad that it's gonna kill you if you swap. It's just a really bad swap, and it's like, they gave this Skull so many tools. He's got one of the best things in the game, and then all of his other stuff is like good. And then they just gave him this shitty swap. So I guess balanced as all things should be. Anyways, let's move on to Genie. Genie here is a Skull I've been a long time defender of, even before people liked him. A few patches ago, this Skull was just like hated by the community. Everyone hated Genie. But then the devs went in and fixed something about him. He used to have this weird dash where like he didn't really have iframes on his dash. Like whenever he would dash and he comes out of his transportation, because like he doesn't have a dash like other Skulls where they just move around. Genie, whenever he dashes, he like teleports. So like, imagine I'm not dragging him up. Genie goes like, boop. He goes like, boop. A little boop. He moves from here to boop here. He used to not be invincible when he booped. But now he is. When he comes out of the boop, he's invincible. He doesn't take damage. And that's literally all it took for the community to like Genie. However, Genie always was good, okay? Because the way that you play Genie is, at least in the past, you never dodged damage with his dashes. You dodged damage with his skills. Because this Skull has the single most amount of iframes on his skills. And really probably the single most amount of iframes in the game, period. Like, even with some new additions. Move him up. Get out of the way. Move him up. I guess I'm talking about 2 more Skulls because I want to get the Minotaur. That's what I'm waiting for. But like, he has the single most amount of iframes in the game. I still think that's true even with this guy, but like the amount of iframes that this guy provides you is ridiculous. Every skill, every single one has iframes on it. So like if you're really fucking scared of certain enemies, just fucking bring Genie along, dog. Like he's gonna dodge that shit for you. He's got you, man. Maybe you're new to the game and you're not good at it yet. Fuck it, dude. Genie it up, baby. Genie it the fuck up. And he's got you, dude. He's a homie. Through and through, he's a homie. He always had our backs, and even before people liked him, even before, he always loved us. Sorry. But he's so good. I'm such a Genie fan. I've always loved Genie. So where does that put him? Like, there's not a lot to say about Genie. Like, I'm kind of ready to already tier him. What I will say is he's not a very high damaging skull. He's actually, if you want to deal decent damage with Genie, build around his basic attacks. Raw damage basic attacks, I think, is his best archetype. His skills don't do a ton of damage, although I'm actually going to pull it. Maybe I'm not as ready to tier him as I thought, because I do want to mention something specific that's kind of an interesting thing I noticed. If you bring along Shorthand, the dark ability, and you bring Genie Swordsmanship, Genie Swordsmanship homes in on the enemy no matter where they're at. So like Shorthand and Genie Swordsmanship are very good together, because Shorthand is like whenever the enemy is inside of the range of Shorthand, you deal like 50% amplified damage, I think, at max. So Genie Swordsmanship homes in on the enemy. So like if it's a good way to deal decent damage with Genie on skills. But I still am a firm believer that Genie is basically just a basic attacker skull, and you build around it. I swear to fucking God. You build around his basics. Man, is there a way to fucking get rid of this stupid dashboard? Why is there not a way to get rid of this dashboard? Like, fuck right off. Like, actually fuck off. Whatever, it's not a big deal. But yeah, that's all I wanted to bring up. Genie is an S tier skull. Easy S tier. I think I'll put him here, maybe here. In fact, I think that's above recruit. This is a good spot for him. Maybe even here, but like the thing that makes me want to put him below Frost is Frost doesn't have as much iframes as Genie, but Frost is a really good damage dealer. Genie is a so-so damage dealer. He's not great, but he's not, I mean, he's not great, but he's not terrible. He's just, this is your favorite friend for defense, and mediocre offense, which is not what we can say about our new pal here. And I sound bitter. I'm not. I love this skull. He's great. He's fun. He's cool. It just sucks that he's Genie, but he deals damage. It's not fair because I'm such a Genie stan, but like the devs made Genie 2 Electric Boogaloo. This time he's got hands, dude. This time he's carrying the blicky. He's got the blicky on deck and he's ready to fucking pop off. Oh, where was this? Pulls up VOD. You guys are gonna hear some cursed audio, maybe? Nope. Okay. He was. Where's Warrior? Am I blind? Did I tier him in this? Oh no, I did. A gambling chip. Oh, there's the cursed audio. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to realize where I put Warrior. He is above Berserker. Whew. Sorry. Here he is. There we go, buddy. You're right back where you belong. Anyways, this guy is Genie, but better. Like, they just made Genie again, but we're like, this time he's got hands. So he has stack skills, like, they gave him everything. They gave him everything. He has stack skills that give him iframes, and they deal good damage. So, like, he's got, like, even... I think I have to take it back. Oh, God, this hurts so much. But I think he has even more iframes than Genie. Like, why? Why would they do this? Why, man? Why? So they gave him iframes that rival, if not surpass, Genie's, and also gave him damage. They introduced one of, if not the best items in the game with Olive Tree Cudgel with this guy. So Like, this guy can do it all. He can do, he's actually a good ability spam item mixed damage user. So, like, if you want to build a mixed damage run and test the limits of ability spam items, like, you want, like, Bone of Mana, bring a Balanced Skull along with this guy. He's got the stack skills. You can bring, like, Mage's Necklace, Olive Tree Cudgel, Manatech Gravity Generator, stuff like that. And just, like, fucking get as many on ability use effects going as possible. And then you just, like, shred the enemy with that. And you're invincible while you're doing it. Like, why is this guy so good? Why'd they give him everything? Like, Hercules is insane. I haven't even said his name yet, just because I'm so triggered. Because actually, he's called Ascetic, but I call him Hercules because I'm fucked up like that. But I'm just triggered because he's so much better than my boy, and it's just not fair. I mean, this character's just so good. I mean, he's S+. He's probably here. He's probably here. This is arguably the best skull they introduced in the update, for sure. The Myths DLC. He does everything. He does everything, and he does it so well. Like, he's so good, man. Like, it's painful to see this, but it's true, man. It's just true. Like, Genie can't be an S+, even though he's S+ in my heart, because he just don't got the damage, whereas this guy does everything Genie does, but he also fucking packs a wallop, so it's painful, man. But, you know, life goes on. And also, I really like Ascetic, so I don't know why. I'm hemming it up a little bit, but he's just so good. He's so fucking good. With that said, let's move on to a sleeper hit. This is one of my pet projects, is to show people how good Minotaur actually is. Minotaur is great, man. Minotaur's so good. He has one of the best skills in the game, Bludgeon. It's a stun skill. It's deals a lot of damage. It stuns. What more could you want? Stun is the best status for defense. So if we're talking, it's actually pseudo iframes. That's kind of how I started to word it, to, like, I guess get the point across to people, is like, if you're stunning an enemy, it's literally just pseudo iframes, if not literal iframes. Like, you can just consider it iframes, but like, when I think iframes, I think like a skull. Like, the enemy's still attacking you, but they can't hurt you because you're invincible. But like with stun, they can't attack because they're stunned. But like, it's still iframes. So pseudo iframes. But all of his other skills are good. The only skill he has that sucks, and even then it's not like horrible, but it's one of those you get stuck in your animation things. He has like a stomping skill that he does where he like stomps the ground and you can't move while he's doing it. But all of his other skills are fine. I've seen people talk that like some of his other skills get you stuck in their animations, but I think people just aren't using them correctly. All of Minotaur's skills are multi-press skills. You press the skill button multiple times. So like, he has a skill called Plow Up that someone in my Discord server was saying gets them stuck in their animations. But as long as you have your Arachna skill maxed out, or Arachna Shrine maxed out, or Manatech 3, these are both very easy things to pull off. Especially, like, Manatech 3 on physical skulls is nothing, because there's extremely good Manatech physical items. Manatech 3 or Arachna Shrine, you just, when you're using Plow Up, you just press the button twice very quickly, and he instantly punches the boulder and the pieces go flying everywhere. It deals like a shit ton of damage. I just wanted to bring that up specifically about Plow Up. But, like, he also has that body slam move. That one's, like, mid. Basically, the way I look at it is, like, as long as you have Bludgeon, everything's chill. The Stomp skill is, like, annoying, but, like, it's usable, I guess. But mainly, you want Plow Up and Bludgeon, and if you get the body slam skill, that's fine. One thing that I like pointing out about Minotaur is, like, and I used to say this about him too, but my mind has been changed. Like, in the archetype of big damage dealers like Warrior and God of War or Officer, I used to consider him among these guys, but I really don't anymore. I think Minotaur is, like, actually a shockingly good rapid damage dealer, and it's because at Legendary, he gets that, like, dust beneath his feet, and that deals, like, constant ticks of damage, basically. Not like a Mummy's flamethrower, but like, it does deal pretty rapid ticks of damage. So like, he's a really good Brawl user, actually. Like, if you've never tried Brawl on Minotaur, you should. You'd be shocked at how good it is. I've not really tried crit items with him. I'm very tempted to give it a shot. I think he'd actually be a solid mixed damage crit item user. If not even mixed damage, just like gunpowder sword and stuff like that, like which already has brawl on it. So I don't know. I'm very curious about branching out a bit with Minotaur, but like the real good thing about Minotaur is his natural damage when when you first pick him up and you have like, say you pick him up in the early game, like at the start, and you just begin your run with your flat damage percent. He deals so much fucking damage, man. He deals so much damage. Like Minotaur hits like a truck. Like he hits without even investing. Like he's so powerful. So like, where does that put him in terms of these skulls? He's S. Like, I'm tired of beating around the bush. I think I put him in A tier last time. Nope. From rags to riches, even though he belonged up here regardless. I was just trying to be more objective back then, but like, nah. This is my homie. That's my dog. He's up here with the big boys. But where does he go here? Is he better than Mage? Probably. He's faster than Mage. That's part of it. He's probably better than Ninja, too. He's probably here. I think that's fine for him. That's a solid spot for now. We'll see about changing it later. We'll, because at the end of the tier list, I plan on reviewing it all and you know, doing reassessment of things. But that's a very good spot for him. He's definitely S tier. It's not quite S plus because there's nothing super special about him like these guys. But like, he's just fucking solid, man. Like, if you guys don't like Minotaur, just keep watching my channel and I'll continue to show why he's good. The only bad thing about him, and it is bad, and I talk about this often, there's a thing in this game called small skull privilege. And I talk about it a lot. The bigger the skull, the bigger the target. And every skull has a different hitbox. This guy's hitbox is massive. God damn, he's chunky. And that's not good. That's bad. Like, in the Leona sisters fight, holy fuck, man. This guy's just too fucking big. Like, at least he's short, but he's so wide. Like, he's not like Reaper, where the hitbox extends upwards like a giraffe. He's more like a fucking rhinoceros, where it's just, like, short and stout. But god damn. Holy moly. So, you know, I will acknowledge that. But that's not enough to even slightly bump him down. I think that's why I put him in A tier last time, but he's S. I don't care what anyone says. Fight me. But, yeah, that's I'm going to take a in real life break in between this recording session. It won't mean nothing to you guys, but yeah, time to rest my voice. And so begins day 2 of the tier list for me. So irrelevant to you guys, but it's day 2 for me. Had a good night's rest, back and ready to continue. Let's begin with Samurai. Samurai is a very interesting speed skull. There's really no other skull really like him in the whole game, honestly. If we're talking the biggest damage dealers in Skull, I really don't think, even to this day, anyone quite rivals Samurai in terms of just being able to output massive damage. Samurai is a speed skull. His gimmick is he hits people with a sword, puts slashes debuffs on them. I don't know how to describe it. Slash debuffs. And when they're maxed out, he has like a skill that he always has. Also, I need to go to the wiki. Should have done that before I began, but what are you gonna do? Go down here to Samurai. It is here. He always has one skill. Like he's one of those skulls that is guaranteed to have a specific skill. There's another one. Actually, he's literally next. All right, beautiful. Sometimes it just works out, but there are some skulls that are guaranteed to always have one skill. His is single slash and full moon slash. This is his big damage dealing thing. Depending on the amount of debuffs he puts on an enemy, whenever he uses his skill here, it will deal more damage based on the amount of debuffs. And all of his attacks build up to full moon slash, which is like his giga move. And this is like, well, probably, like, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Probably because there isn't anything, but full moon slash I think is the single strongest skill in terms of damage output in the entire game. Like, this can do so much damage, it's kind of absurd. And if, or does it always crit? I don't know if it always crits. It doesn't say anything about it here. But regardless, I think I actually don't think it always crits because like there's a lot of damage variance in Full Moon Slash that can only be explained in my head at least by sometimes it crits and sometimes it doesn't. Also can fuck off. The cool thing about Single Slash though is if you hit an enemy with 5 marks above them, like the debuff I was talking about earlier, if you hit an enemy with 5 marks or whatever the maximum is, if you hit them, it instantly fixes the cooldown. The cooldown timer resets after enemy with the most marks. That's very powerful. You can very easily chain your single slashes over and over and over and just like get maximum value out of Samurai. One thing I will say bad about Samurai though is he doesn't really have any innate ability to deal with crowds. He can deal with crowds, like Single Slash does, and so does Full Moon Slash. They both hit more than one enemy, but like he kind of needs either a partner skull or an item to make up for like his low AoE damage. So like Gunpowder Sword's good, Thief Armor is good, stuff like that that just hits a bunch of enemies at once. Another thing that I don't see often mentioned about Samurai, but something that I talk about whenever I play Samurai, is he actually has a really good swap at Legendary. It deals like if we're talking ways to deal with crowds, his swap actually deals quite a bit of damage for especially just a Samurai thing. Like Samurai deals big damage with Full Moon Slash, but all of his other skills are kind of low damage. He also has a parry too, Evading Slash, and like I said recently, I've become more of a fan of parries as I've played more with our good friend the Spartan here. So my opinion has just gone up in general of Samurai. I went into this update actually thinking that Samurai might have fallen off a bit because like Dark Skull has so much HP that I figured like he just wouldn't be able to even like his dealing big damage gimmick would make him, and also we're not considering this into my analysis of how he is, you know, like I'm just mentioning this as a side note, I guess, but I thought enemies like Dark Skull and also I guess Alexander, but like Dark Skull's on another level, would have too much HP and like he wouldn't be able to put big dents in them anymore. But I very quickly found out with playing him off screen on my own that is not true. He still is like very good at dealing big damage. So where does that leave Samurai in the rankings? Frankly, before my experimentations with Samurai off screen, I would have put him near the top of A. I'm gonna put him in S because he's still got that dog in him. Like straight up, he does still have that dog in him. The problem is, where does he go in S? Probably here. I think that's fair. I think he's better than Ninja, even though I have favoritism towards Ninja. I do have to keep it 100. He's just like stronger. I don't think he's better than. He probably is better than Minotaur. You know what? I'm gonna put him here. And because here's the thing. I personally, on like just like a level of preference, I prefer both of these skulls over Samurai. But if I'm just keeping it 100, like I said, I'm keeping it real hex, he probably is better than both of these guys, but I don't think he's better than Recruit or any of these guys. So I'll end it here. I'll end his destruction here. He can stay right here. That's where he belongs. Although of course I will reconsider all of it at the end. But that's where I'm at right now. Moving on to Rider, another skull that always has a specific skill on him. Rider is a skull that's very interesting. He's also very unique. So the skill he always has is a skill where he leaps onto his bicycle and rides it around. Whenever he's on his bicycle, he's dealing like a bunch of damage, especially at Legendary. The amount of damage that Legendary Bike adds is another contender for just the best single skill in the entire game. Like, it deals so much fucking damage. The problem with Rider is whenever he's on his bike, he cannot dash, he cannot dodge enemy attacks outside of literally leaping over them. Like say like there's like a slash coming at you, you leap over it while you're riding your bike. That's the only way avoid damage at Legendary, which makes him very reckless. And I'm sure you can imagine in current Skul the Hero Slayer, not being able to dodge damage is scary, very scary. However, Rider definitely makes up for his recklessness with just raw power. I've mentioned this a few times during this tier list, but crit items is one of the most powerful archetypes in the game. It's like responsible for Clown being where he's at on the tier list, pretty much solely. And this is another one of just the top users of crit items in the game. I would say he's overall more consistent than Clown as well. Just like being able to, at Legendary, ride your bike and have all of those apparitions behind you. Every one of them can deal damage. Every one of them can crit. So like you just like ride across enemies and like instantly take them out essentially with crit items. It's very, very, very powerful. But against enemies like Alexander, like imagine phase 1 Alexander, right? You know how he can summon those vertical beams that like he summons it in like 3s. It's like early on in the fight he does this often. Imagine getting on your bike during that attack. You're going to be riding into the walls, shredding your HP pretty much instantly. It makes it very hard for Rider to use his bike skill at a lot of points. There's also a lot of points in that phase 1 Alexander fight where he's like he summons like voids on either side of the screen. So like you jump on your bike, you fall into the void. He fell. See, So where does that leave? Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I'm not done talking about Rider. What else to mention about Rider? I'm trying to think of how he performs in phase 2. He's definitely a lot better in phase 2, like God, where Alexander's in like his God phase. Though there are portions of the fight where you have to be careful there as well. Like, how one of the strongest attacks that he has in that portion of the fight is where he just kind of like shoots a laser beam out of his hand. And he can do it twice too, like he shoots a laser beam from over here and then one from here. Like if you can't dash to avoid those, it's very hard to avoid taking that damage, and those deal a lot. So that's another problem that he has to overcome. But like he is definitely more reasonable in that portion of the fight than he is in phase 1. And you can definitely shred your HP in phase 3 if you're not careful as well. When like he summons the columns of the crystals, you could ride through all of those columns and shred your HP. Like point being, it's very. I'm trying to think. Like, has Rider lost some of his value in the current game? If you had asked me like a week and a half ago, or maybe 2 weeks, I don't know. I've been practicing all of the late game a lot, and I've gotten a lot better at it. But if I had made this tier list like 2 weeks ago or so, I probably would have said yes. However, and keep in mind, this is excluding Dark Skull. If we're including Dark Skull, the answer 100% is yes, and he falls far, far down into the tier list. But excluding that, I think Rider is still a perfectly usable Skull. He's very good. Definitely lost some value, but not a ton. He was high S tier in the last tier list. I think he's still up here among the big boys. But I don't think he's quite as high as he used to be. He's not better than these guys. Not better than this. Maybe better than Mage. This looks like a pretty solid spot for him. Rider doesn't need all of the tools that Mage needs. The more I look at this, the more I think maybe Living Armor goes above Mage, but I'll make that decision at the end of it. Because like Mage does need tools to pop off. He needs a skill at casting speed and stuff. But we'll revisit that later. For now, I think this is a solid spot for Rider. I think this is probably the best example of why I decided to stop talking or not include Dark Skull in this tier list, because it literally drastically changes everything. An optional boss fight that you don't even have to fight drastically changes. Like he's like down here, maybe like here, somewhere like if I'm talking Dark Skull in this tier list, he's like somewhere like here. But for now, I think this is a solid spot for him. So let's move on to Thief. Thief is, like, we're getting a lot of speed skulls right now, huh? Thief is a very cool speed skull who, I think is like, when I think of Thief, I think consistent. Like, very consistent. He's been consistent for as long as he's been in the game. I don't think I've ever had any negative thoughts or opinions towards the Thief Skull at any point, even before the changes. Like, he got changed, I think 1.4, if I'm not mistaken. And like before that, I liked him, and when they changed him, I liked him even more. They changed him from a physical skull to a more mixed, but like primarily magic skull. The only thing is like he has physical basics and magic skills. For some people that's off-putting, but I promise you that it's meaningless just about. Like it really doesn't matter. You know, just ignore it basically. Like it's fine. Just do mixed damage. That's all I'll say about that. Like mixed damage runs are very powerful and you should do them more often, but that's not what this tier list is about. Thief has very powerful skills. He has, in my opinion, another one of the contenders for like one of the better skills in the game. Certainly not as good as this or Rider's Bike or Clown's Jack-in-the-Box, but Money Throw or whatever it's called. The one where he throws all the coins. I don't know why I'm pulling up the wiki for this, but I guess I'm curious myself. Throw gold. That's no, I mean that's what he does. Throw gold is a really good crit item skill because like it has a million different procs of damage that it can do. It goes out in a big wide area, which is also very useful. Like it's hard to miss with this skill unless you throw it the complete opposite direction, which I'm sure I've done plenty of times, especially against some of the faster enemies. But it's one of those skills that's really good with crit items, which I've mentioned is the best archetype in Skull. But he also has a lot of low cooldown skills. Like look at this, 6, 8. Back roll's huge cooldown, but 8 and 6 are good. This is a stun skill, so like it's gonna have a higher cooldown. But he also has access to stun, which is very noteworthy. Stun is a very useful status. Like these 3 skills are just like good damagers. This skill is like in its own league. It gives you iframes. So he not only has good damaging skills, he also has good iframes. This is it's like a solid 1.5 second or so of invincibility that you get on a 20-second cooldown, which you can make fairly short with Arachna Shrine and Mana Cycle and stuff like that. So very solid speed skull that does good damage, has a good iframe skill. Also, something noteworthy to bring up about the Thief is he has a good dash, which is not something I've talked about too often. Not all dashes are created equal. Some dashes allow you to go a little further. Werewolf has a dash that allows you to go further. Bomber has an incredible dash. And Thief has an incredible dash the whole way through his cycle of development. Like some skulls start with good dashes, such as Hunter, who up here. They start with good dashes in their most basic form, and then they get normal loser dashes as soon as you evolve them in their next form. But Thief maintains that his good dash throughout the entirety of his growth, which is you might think I'm being nitpicky and in the weeds here, but like having a good dash and like it allowing you to dash a little further and faster than other dashes is one of the most underrated things about skulls, and I don't think a lot of people pick up on it, but like only a few skulls in the game have dashes like this throughout their entire existence as you evolve them. And Thief is one of them, and it's more noteworthy than I think people would give it credit. So with all that said, where does Thief belong? I subconsciously put him in S tier. Like normally I'll put them where I don't think they go at first. I just subconsciously put him up there. He's definitely S tier. Like normally I would put him in like A just to add suspense, but I guess I wasn't thinking about it. He belongs in S, easy. He's a very solid skull. I don't think he's better than Samurai. I don't think he's better than Minotaur. I mean, they both have stun skills, and Minotaur has the best stun skill, but Thief has iframes, and that's the thing. So I think he probably is better than Minotaur in that sense. Thief, with his iframes, his decent damage, like Minotaur is the damage guy, and like I said, the best stun skill, but the iframes, I think, send this guy over. And also him being a speed skull and being a power skull definitely will give him some advantages, because power skulls, while powerful, do have tackle dashes, are prone to taking lots of damage more quickly, Speed Skulls are a lot quicker and faster, and this is a Speed Skull who does not exclusively rely on his basics because he has very powerful skills. So, yep, I think that's a solid spot for Thief. We'll, of course, revisit it later and see how I feel about it all. Let's move on to one of my personal favorite skulls and one of my pet projects in this game to get people to like this skull and realize how powerful he is. This is the Hunter. A lot of people don't like Hunter Skull. I don't know why. I will never understand in all my years playing this game why people think this is a weak skull. Hunter Skull, or I said Hunter. Hunter without the skull part. Hunter is just tremendous, honestly. Like, just I don't know how to explain it to people in more ways than I already have. Though this might be your first time seeing my content, so I guess I have to explain it from scratch. Hunter is a concentration-based skull who you don't have to concentrate on really most of the time. My advice to people playing Hunter often is like, don't feel obligated to the concentration mechanic. Only concentrate your attacks in scenarios where you're absolutely confident you're not going to take damage. However, they have added concentration incentive to Hunter in the latest patches. In 1.8, they gave him, I think, crit damage based on his concentration. The wiki's not going to tell me that, so I'm just kind of going off my memory. But like, if you fully concentrate a skill, I think it enhances the amount of damage your crits do by like 50% or something. It might be distance based too. Actually, you know what I think it is? I think it's based on the distance on a fully concentrated move. If an enemy is further away, your crit percent goes up to 50%, and the closer they are to you will make your crit damage go up, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely noteworthy and worth pointing out, but like I said, do not feel obligated to concentrate on this skull because his attacks are powerful enough, unconcentrated, to allow him to function without having to be beholden to this clunk. Although I will say, in concentration sense, like, you know, comparing him to Warlock and Warrior, his concentration is much faster. So like, they didn't give him the iframes, but they did give him speed. So he does have that over them. The main draw of Hunter, in my opinion, though... Ooh, sorry. Ugh. Whew. Stay limber. The main attraction with Hunter is his swap. He has one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in the entire game swap. Like, his swap is the be-all, end-all. Because, like, when you swap into Hunter, he shoots an arrow forward and makes, like, a arrow rain fall down from the sky. This is really good with crit items and just DPS in general. It's really good at crowd control in rooms. So if you swap to Hunter in a room, like, he'll just shoot that arrow forward and take out, like, it does a fuck ton of damage. And he'll, like, take out all the small enemies and deal a lot of damage to the big enemies. But that's not even the best part about Hunter Swap. Hunter Swap has stun on it. Because he drops a trap on the ground, and when an enemy walks into the trap, it stuns them. So you can very consistently and easily just produce near constant stun on Hunter, to the point to where, like you can have, like, multiple stun traps on the ground at once at any given point in any fight. It's so powerful, man. It deals a fuck ton of damage. It stuns. He's really, really good with chaining swaps with Bomber. Yeah, that's like the main point about Hunter Swap. To get into his skills a little bit, all of his skills are good except Siege Shot. Siege Shot is terrible. Even with the recent buffs it got, it's just not a good skill. If you're playing Hunter, your best skill is multi-shot. If like, that's a skill I would recommend you almost certainly make sure you have, which is very easy to do because you can he's like a rare, so you can get him in the start of a game and just re-roll your, like, you'll restart the run until you have multi-shot. Not that he still functions without multi-shot, but it's just by far his strongest move. And the other skill doesn't really matter that much as long as it's not Siege Shot. The problem with Siege Shot is, especially if you're a swap player, whenever you cast Siege Shot fully concentrated, not even fully concentrated, even just a cast of Siege Shot, there's a delay before, like, there's a delay between you casting it and the animation happening that sends the attack. So, like, if you cast multi-shot or siege shot, and then you swap away from your hunter in that time period before like the animation happens, it literally just eats your input and nothing happens. Like you cast siege shot, you swap to your other partner's skull or something, you're out as warrior, you're waiting for the fucking arrow rain to fall down from the sky. Nothing happens because the game doesn't even register that you ever casted it. It's so stupid. It's so... I don't understand why the devs have this mechanic in the game at all, but it's something that they have never fixed or addressed, even with the recent changes to siege shot, which, you know, at this point, they're probably never going to fix it, so just avoid siege shot is my main point. All the other skills are great. Where does this leave Hunter in the grand scheme of things? I will make the bold decision, the hopefully not controversial decision, because I have so many examples of why Hunter is good on my channel, and if you don't believe me, you should just watch my Hunter. Hunter goes up here into high S tier, a very high S tier. I'm going to put him here even. I would even consider putting him in S+, personally. Like, if I'm literally not even slightly being objective in any sense at all, Hunter's up here. He's like somewhere like here. But just to keep it, like, you know, try and keep some impartiality, I'm going to put him... I have him a second. Is it here? I think it was here. I think that's a very solid spot for him. Yeah, and I'm even to just throw objectivity out the window and put him in S+. But, like, he's fine here. He's a really good crit item user. He has an incredible swap. Some of the most consistent stun in the game. I don't think there's another skull in the game that has stun on swap. And the thing about stun on swap is, like, swap, if you have mutant, is very short cooldown, and then you can of course buy the purple potions to make it even faster. You can get very quick swaps very easily, and just like have like a very low cooldown stun skill that deals a fuck ton of damage basically, and it can stun anything. Like, you know, like no boss is safe, nothing is safe from Hunter stun unless they're unstoppable. But usually if an enemy is unstoppable, they're not moving, so like very rarely will you have unstoppable enemies hit your stun traps. Usually if something walks into a stun trap, it gets stunned, which is just beautiful. So Hunter's good, and I will not apologize for it. If you don't like Hunter, that's on you, dog. I have a million examples of why he is good. If I, like, maybe you're new here, in that case, just watch my fucking endless library of owning with Hunter. Recently, I uploaded a Bomber Hunter run, actually. I mentioned that earlier. So that's like a very recent example you can watch. But, yeah, man. just like Hunter, okay, guys, please. Let's move on to Monkey. Monkey is another skull that people don't like. At least seemingly. There's probably a lot of Monkey enjoyers across the board, but like he's very controversial. Sorry, I had to mute for a second. He's very controversial because I think people don't know how to play him, by and large. I'm not. So Monkey is a speed skull that is centered around summoning clones. Like, you know, like if you press down plus attack, he will spawn an image of himself, basically, that deals like some amount of reduced damage compared to your overall damage. But like, the thing about Monkey is you just get a bunch of clones at the same time, and like even though the clones deal reduced damage, it adds up to quite a bit of damage. I have a very recent example of a very powerful Monkey run that you can watch on my channel if you want to see how like a good Monkey run looks and how it functions. But Monkey is like interesting because like the clones that he summons are not able to proc items, so like you would think this would be a really good crit item user, and he's not a bad crit item user. He's a perfectly fine crit item user, but like he's not goated because the devs balanced, rightfully so for the record, they balanced the clones to not be able to proc items. So, you know, in a fucked up world, this would be like one of the best skulls in the game. He'd probably be somewhere up here, honestly. If his clones could crit and stuff, he'd probably be like right the fuck up here. But thankfully we live in a world where the devs at least care a little bit about balance. Monkey's skills across the board, in my humble opinion, are bad. There are two Monkey skills that I like. He has one of the best stun skills in the game in Heaven Earth Slam. Heaven Earth Slam is just like a basic skill where he slams his staff, but when he hits the enemy with the staff, they get stunned. It's very good and very powerful. I highly recommend any monkey run. Much like I said earlier with Hunter, with multi-shot, if you're playing monkey, re-roll for Heaven Earth Slam. I promise you it's worth it. Because the thing about Heaven Earth Slam is, not only is the skill good, but stunning the enemy opens up opportunities to use Monkey's other skills, which are normally very slow and tedious to use. So, I'm gonna definitely have to pull up his page for this, because I forget the name of all of his other skills. So we have Heaven Earth Slam here, which stuns. Very high cooldown is the thing. His other skill that I like, even slightly, is Occult Arts Magic Staff. This is the skill that basically makes him decent with crit items. Like, it turns him into a staff, and he just, like, attacks the enemy very rapidly. Normally, this is one of the most horrible skills in the game to use, because it traps you in a very long animation where you cannot dash, you cannot do much of anything when you're in this. It makes him very vulnerable. But if you combine it with Heaven Earth Slam, use Heaven Earth Slam, and then while the enemy is stunned, cast this skill, it's actually quite useful, and you can get a lot of damage out of it very safely, because the stun duration is about as long as Occult Arts Magical Staff takes. Buddha Cyclone's probably his worst skill in my opinion. Rapid Thrust, you can make arguments for using this with crit items, but frankly, these two skills, I don't care for them. I'll still cast them if I have them sometimes when I'm playing Monkey, but like for me, most of the time, Monkey is Heaven Earth Slam, Occult Arts Magic Staff, and then you just use your basics with like a bunch of clones in the field. Basically, the saving grace for me with this skull is his swap. He has an extremely powerful swap that's definitely among the best swaps in the game. He rides on a cloud and shoots like a little blast forward that deals really good. It deals with enemies in rooms very well, and for every enemy that's on the screen, up to a certain amount, I believe. Summon skeleton clones routing magic clouds on a maximum of 3. You summon a bunch of clones that are not tied to your down plus attack for generation, basically. It's a very good way to summon clones without having to use his clunky mechanics that make him awkward to use, like the meter that he has, where you can fill it up by using your basics and stuff to be able to summon clones. Much like Heroic Strike or Unraveled Heroic Strike on our buddy down here, you cannot speed up the animation of summoning a clone. It's not even close to as bad as Heroic Unraveled Strike in terms of how long it traps you in an animation, but like if you use your down plus attack and he like summons a clone and goes flying forwards a little bit, you are stuck in this animation, and that does not sound like a bad thing to the inexperienced eye, but trust me, being stuck in an animation that you cannot speed up in any way, shape, or form, no matter what it is not ideal really ever. So this is why whenever I play Monkey, I try and tell people that if you're just probably not playing him right if you think he's like so fucking bad he belongs like down here or whatever. Just swap with him more often, trust me. He has a very good swap. It deals with crowds very well. It also deals with bosses fairly well as well. Like it's just a good swap in general. Although one thing I will say about it is it does make you vulnerable to an extent, because he literally goes flying forwards with no iframes. Like when he's flying forward in his swap, he does not have invincibility. So like say you're fighting Alexander phase 1 and he summons those vertical beams. If you swap into Monkey while he does that, you will just hit the wall and take a fuck ton of damage. Like you gotta be careful, basically. It's also a problem in some other fights too, like if you're fighting the Huntress Adventurer in Act 4 and she shoots those 3 arrows that come flying at you, if he flies into those arrows, he will take every single one of those arrows as damage, and it will nearly almost kill him instantly. So Monkey does take some experience to understand and get good at, but all of this to say is he's still a good skull. But where does this put him in the grand scheme of things? I think before I put him in B. I don't think that's true. I don't think he's a B tier skull. I was trying to be objective in that tier list, but here I'm just keeping it real. He's probably more of an A tier skull. But where in A tier does he belong? this could be a solid spot for him. He's probably not better than Warrior. Warrior's got those iframes on deck and just very easily able to deal consistently big amounts of damage. Better than Berserker? Probably. You know what? This seems like a solid spot for me. I think this is fair. Definitely with reconsideration later, you know, as I get more and more deep into this tier list. Also, sorry for bumping my mic there. The further I get into this tier list, the more I'll reconsider doing stuff like this. But, yeah, I think that's a good spot for Monkey. Let's move on to Pikeman. Pikeman is probably one of the just overall fan favorites in this game, for sure. Pikeman seems to just, everyone, like, I never see anyone say anything bad about him, basically. Because, he's like the offensive dasher, the premier offensive dasher who turns dashing into an attack. Whenever you dash with this skull, it counts as a basic attack, I believe. So if you're playing Pikeman and you have, say, Bone of Swiftness, you will notice that your Bone of Swiftness is proccing as you hit your enemy, even though you're dashing. That's because it is a basic attack action in this game. Or not an action, it's a basic attack function. I think that's, because there is a distinction there. Like if he's dashing and you have, say, Goldmane Rapier, he will not proc the Goldmane Rapier, I believe. I'm not mistaken. Because that's a basic attack action requirement. And since you're dashing, it's technically a dash action that results in a basic attack. Skull is very weird, and it's like kind of nitpicky in that sense, so it does matter that, you know, like if you do that, it does matter. But moving on from that, he does have a lot of interesting skills. He does have a parry. Like I said, I've slowly but surely become more of a fan of parries. I'm not a big fan of his parry per se because it's slow, but it's fast. I mean, it's like he doesn't give you a lot of time to hit the parry. At least that's how I feel. Maybe I'm completely wrong about this, but I feel like at least whenever I use my parry on him, he's in his parry stance for the shortest amount of. Although I'm probably off my gourd here and don't know what I'm talking about, so just disregard what I just said there. It might be true, it might not be. He does have one attack. Basically all of his skills are not active skills. Whenever you cast them, it doesn't actively do something. He has charge and that's it. Which, as you can imagine, that's my favorite skill of his. He has another one called Forward Rush, which has slowly but surely become my least favorite Pikeman skill. Because I just feel like it doesn't really do anything. Like, it makes him dash a little further, which is fine. It's, like, good, I guess, but I don't know. It's not exciting. It doesn't really feel like it does too much. His other skill is called Forward March, which is probably one of the most dangerous skills in the game, but it has, like, extremely high rewards. Forward March makes you have instant dash cooldown where there's 0 time. Like, normally you can only dash twice, and then you have, like, a cooldown in between. But Forward March makes it to where you can dash infinite amount of times, like as much as you'd like. However, it removes your dash iframes. So basically, it's a Hail Mary. You can only use it if you're super confident that you're not going to get attacked for a bajillion damage or get shredded by like a multi-attack or something in the time where you use it. I guess one good thing I can say about, well, multiple good things. It's very powerful. It's a very powerful move. But like one thing I can say in particular about it to save the defensive nature of it is if you find that you're in a bind when you're using Forward March, you can just swap into your partner skull and they don't retain the Forward March buff or debuff, however you want to consider it. So like if you think you're about to get attacked for a lot of damage, just swap into your partner and you'll have your dash iframes back. But obviously whenever you cast Forward March, you want to make the best of it. So like it's kind of painful to swap out into your partner since you're trying to you're trying to you know, just deal as much damage as possible in that time frame. So what does this mean for Pikeman across the board? Like I said, I don't think there's a lot of people who have a lot of negative things to say about Pikeman. He's very good. He's definitely an S tier skull. But where does he go in S tier? Well, he's definitely better than this. Definitely better than this. Better than this. Is he better than Thief? Because now we're getting into the speed skulls that can compete, you know? I would say overall he's probably better than Thief. But maybe just better than Thief. I don't know if he's better than Samurai. Could be better than Samurai. I know he's not better than Recruit. Yeah. I'm gonna put him here. I think that's a good spot for him. Very powerful, very consistent. Like I said, pretty much no notes. He's just good. But in terms of damage output, he definitely doesn't rival some of these guys. So we're gonna leave him here for now and move on to the Water Skull. Another fan favorite from Rags. This is another Rags to Riches story. This used to be one of the worst skulls in the game, very notoriously so. Everyone hated this guy before the 1.4 update. Rightfully so, he was horrible. But then in 1.4, they completely revamped the way it works, made the water waves that he summons very powerful, and now he's just like, he's one of the safest skulls for new players to use, in my opinion. Even though he's a power skull, and power skulls are dangerous because they have the tackle dash, and people are afraid of the tackle dash, he's still just like very, 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 very good. Definitely one of the best crit items, if not the best crit item user in the game. It definitely has some rivals for sure. But like, this skull's gimmick is whenever you attack with your basic, or you swap, or there's a skill called Lake of the Spirit you can also use. He summons these waves that are like water waves, and they bounce around the screen and deal a bunch of damage whenever they hit enemies. They're very, very, very powerful in boss arenas because, as you guys well know, pretty much every boss arena in the game is just a square. So if you're using your skills, or if you're using water waves in that, like, the enemy has nowhere to run, and the waves are just going to be bouncing from corner to corner and hitting the enemy just constantly for a fuckload of damage. It's so OP. He also has iframes, although the iframes are a little wonky. He has a skill called Dive, where he goes into the ground as a puddle, and when he's in the puddle, he cannot be damaged. The problem with Dive is when he comes out of the puddle form, he is vulnerable to damage and he cannot move. So like, he pops out of the ground as coming back into his normal form, but like, he cannot dash, he cannot run around or do anything when he comes out of the puddle form. So like, there's definitely moments where you can take damage accidentally there. So like, his iframes are good, but they're not like the best iframes in the game. The thing I'll say about this problem is it is a skill, so it can be sped up with Mana Tech 3. It can be sped up with skill casting speed in general. Like, rapidity, attacking speed also increases skill casting speed. So these are all ways to get around the problem, but the problem still exists. Because not every run is going to be a Mana Tech 3 run, you know? Sometimes you're playing crit items and you need your item slots that aren't dedicated to your crit items to scale your damage percent, and it might be hard to fit some good Mana Tech items into that, so just keep that in mind. His other skills, he only has one bad skill. He has a skill called Tornado that's really well, it combos very well with the dive. So you cast Tornado before you dive, and then you dive. You have the tornado spinning around above you, and you're under the ground, invincible to all damage. So like, even though you're in your iframes, Tornado allows you to deal damage when you're in your iframes. So very nice. But most people choose to go with Lake of the Spirit, and rightfully so. Lake of the Spirit is his passive skill that allows him to generate more waves. So the more waves you're generating, the better generally. So yeah, I'm personally a Tornado enjoyer. I think it's a good skill, but like, Lake of the Spirit's probably better across the board. And the other skill he has is, I don't even remember its fucking name. It's horrible. He just summons a wave that like pushes enemies away from you, and it barely deals any damage. I don't even think it works against most bosses. It's just dog shit. That's the only skill you don't want. If you have that skill, reroll, because you can't really go wrong rerolling, since he has 3 skills that you want and 1 skill you don't. So reroll NPCs are very good on water if you ever end up with that shitty skill. Trying to think, is there anything I missed about water? He's pretty straightforward, honestly. Like, there's not a ton to say about Water Skull. Like, what you see is what you get. He's a big damage dealing power skull. Where does that leave him in the overall ranking? Right the fuck up here. Even for this, he's even verging on S+. Like, you know what? I might even put him up here, honestly. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna put him up here. behind Reaper. He's at the back of S+, but like this is one of the most consistent and powerful skulls in the game. Like water is just incredible. He really genuinely is. Like he would, like the more I think about it, the more I think I would want to put him here. But like this is getting crowded, this tier, and there's even more skulls coming into this tier. So I don't want to get it too crowded. And like I don't feel any type of way badly about leaving him in here because he deserves it. He's very good. He's easily like verging on S+ if he's not S+. Like and since I'm putting him in S+, fuck it, he's S+. But yeah, he's very good. Play Water Skull if you haven't. Trust me, it's very powerful. He's like very new player friendly as well, despite being a power skull, because you can deal a lot of damage on water without having to directly interact with the enemies thanks to the water wave, which is a very nice and useful thing. So, yep, that sounds about right to me. Let's move on to Mummy. Probably one of the it's the bane of new players, basically. People pick up Mummy like when they're first learning this game and see how dog shit it is and are like, holy fuck, bro, I'm never picking that up again. And then they just ignore the skull forever. But this is actually a really good skull with some very strange downsides that to me to this day don't make sense. I don't know why the devs did what they did, but he has like the strangest movement in the entire game. Like he's so weird. Like his dash is all levels of fucked up. He like does like an arc with his dash like this. He goes like duh, like duh, like this. I don't even like, it's literally like this. See this mummy over here? He goes like if you do your double dash, he literally like leapfrogs. It's so fucking weird. I don't know why it's like this. And the thing is, if you literally don't jump out of your dash, like, because there's a thing in this game, I haven't mentioned it to this point, but it's so relevant on Mummy, where you can cancel your dash animation at the end of it by jumping out of it. And this is very useful and almost necessary on Mummy, because if you don't cancel your dash, he stops moving, you become unable to control him, and he falls to the ground, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, even if you're really high up, if you're like, say, up here, you go, like that. And you literally can't control him while he's going, it's so fucking weird. Like, I don't understand why the devs did that, but if you jump out of your dash, like, you're in the dash, jump, now you can control him as he's falling. This, see it? I'm moving him around. Funny how that works. I don't know why the devs did this. It's nonsense, but they did. And that's probably the #1 thing that turns people away from this skull. But like, trust me, jump out of his dash, it works magic, okay? Like, it will change your experience on Mummy completely. But the weird movement aside, this is a very powerful skull. He has 2 extremely viable build paths that you can take with him, because he's one of those skulls that has like magic attacks and physical basics, which is off-putting for people. But you can really, even if you don't like mixed damage runs, you can just hyper focus on one of his archetypes and ignore the other. So like if you're playing a weapons Mummy, you can just build a physical attack, and if you're playing a magic Mummy, you can just focus on the skills, because his skills deal magic damage and his basics deal physical damage. His skills are very powerful. He has one of the strongest multi-stack skills in the game called Mummy Ball that deals just enormous amounts of damage. His other skills are powerful too. A lot of his skills leave AoE effects on the field, which is very powerful for you, the player. He has one weird skill that's a physical skill that like slices the enemy with a knife. Pretty much ignore that skill. It's like another one of these skulls, I guess, that has like 3 really good skills and 1 really fucked up weird skill that sucks. So just ignore that skill by and large, and focus on the good skills that Mummy has. So if you get that skill, reroll NPCs are your best friend. His weapon kit is very interesting. It's probably one of the most unique mechanics in the game. Weapon crates will fall out of the sky that contain a literal weapon, like a flamethrower or a fucking rocket launcher or something. I think he's a Metal Slug 3 reference, from what I understand, even though I've never played that game. The devs love it, I guess, and made this guy a very hyper-specific reference. But he picks up the weapon crate, and then he gets that weapon and he can use it against his foes. Before legendary, he has a very limited amount of weapons, and at rare, he has 0 weapons. And I forgot to mention this earlier, but like another reason people probably don't like Mummy when they pick him up initially is like the basic rarity Mummy, which is rare, like he's a rare skull. The basic rarity form of Mummy is one of the worst skulls in the entire game. Like, it's fucking horrible. Like, he can't do anything right. He has the horrible movement. His basic attack is literally just the pea shooter, and you can't enhance it at all. It's so bad. His skills suck too. But just keep working with Mummy. Get him to unique, and then you get some really good weapons. The skills still leave something to be desired, but like weapon Mummy at unique is perfectly usable. And at legendary, like every Mummy archetype that exists is just powerful and good. Because at legendary he gets like a bunch of weapons, and he gets one of the strongest things in the entire game, one of the most abusable things in the entire game, the flamethrower weapon, which allows him to become one of the premier crit item users in the entire game. Shocker. Crit items once again elevates a skull to like very high tier status, just single-handedly, because it's so OP. So put a invisible knife on this guy, or a gunpowder sword, or both, or even a crown of thorns, and get the flamethrower out, and just shred your enemies, man. Like, who cares? The enemies suck. Like, they can't stand against the power and might of the flamethrower with an invisible knife attached to it, because the flamethrower has like 0 tick refresh. I don't know how else to describe it, but like every basic attack in this game has like an internal cooldown on it, basically, where like it can only deal so much damage no matter how fast you click. Like, even if you had like a turbo controller or something, you were using that, your basic can only do so much. However, Mummy with his flamethrower doesn't have any internal limits. You can click as like the flamethrower deals like a giant wall of or a ball, I guess I should say, of fire damage, but it doesn't have arson attached. I'm explaining this very poorly. What's a better way to explain this? 0 tick refresh. You can deal like a million instances of damage just by clicking one time, and whatever you click, the amount of ammo that's used, the flamethrower has 20 ammo, and clicking one time only consumes 1 ammo of the flame, but it deals a bunch of instances of damage. So like any weapon or item that you have that deals damage based on basic attacks, such as crit items, or even there's a new item called Storm Clouds that I'm very curious to see how it performs on Mummy, but that will literally like shred, just completely shred, or maybe it won't actually. Maybe actually, you know what? The more I think about it, I think Storm Clouds is attached to the click rate, whereas like I said earlier, Flamethrower is like a 0 tick refresh skill or basic attack. So I think Storm Clouds wouldn't work the way you want it to. So never mind, I take that back about Storm Clouds. But crit items are very powerful on Mummy. God, I've butchered this explanation. Hopefully you guys get what I'm throwing down at you. But it's very hard to explain something that hyper specific and in the weeds. At least for me, I'm a fucking dumb. But let's just tier Mummy here. Where does Mummy belong in the Gauntlet of Skulls? Definitely an S tier skull. I think in my last tier list I put him near the top of S, but I think he's probably fallen a little bit for me. I might have even put him in the top echelon of skulls. I think he would have been up here in my last tier list, probably literally right here. But I think he's probably somewhere around here. Probably maybe here. Yeah. Nah, he's better than Thief. I'm gonna put him here. I think that's a good spot for Thief. Mummy. Awkward to use, especially for new players, but like the payoff is worth it if you can just get past his awkward movement. He's very powerful, he's very useful. The amount of damage he can output is enormous. He's one of the best users of the best archetypes. What more can I say except that's a spicy skull. Let's move on to Sword, the Bleed Skull. Longtime viewers of my channel will know how I feel about Bleed. It sucks. It's the worst status. It's dog shit, and I've played some Bleed runs in the newest version of the game with like the enhanced Bleed. Still sucks. I don't know, man. It's so high roll dependent. I don't care what people say. You know, there are Bleed defenders. I don't like, people will like get like a Miracle Grail, Bleed Curse, like like ultimate high roll bleed run and then like swear by bleed forever after that because they had one run with it that popped off. But I can tell you in my 2,000 hours of playing this game, trying bleed a lot. Like, it's not like I've played bleed one time and I was like, it sucks, I'm done with it. I've done so many bleed runs, some good, some bad, most bad actually. Bleed is just extremely high roll dependent. You need something like Miracle Growl, you need something like the Bleed Curse to make it good, and even then it underperforms stuff like Poison, even Arson, definitely Freeze. Like, Freeze is also a little high roll dependent with like Glacier Breaker and Cat Eyes and stuff like that. I think the Bleed Curse is called Bloodfest, so I'm gonna call it Bloodfest moving forward. The thing about high rolling Frost runs or Absolute Zero runs is the payoff for high rolling Absolute Zero runs is enormous, because Glacier Breaker deals so much fucking damage, Cat Eyes deals so much fucking damage. It's just a powerful status that really works for you. High rolling bleed runs, sure, they're powerful, but like, you could do so much better doing it so many other archetypes. The fact that bleeds can crit feels like very underwhelming. A lot of bleed runs are better off left off at Excessive Bleeding 2. Excessive Bleeding 4 is definitely more of a niche, because you need to have crit percent on top of that to really make it work for you. I don't know. I'm not going to spend this entire portion of the Swordsman run complaining about bleed, because I do that plenty whenever I'm playing bleed runs, but bleed is bad. I don't care what anyone says. I'm right, you're wrong. If you disagree with me, stick your head in doo-doo. However, Swordsman is not beholden to the bleed mechanic. Thank God. Because Swordsman on his own is a good skull. Like, sure, it stinks that bleed is just not in a good spot in the meta. It's not very powerful. But Sword on his own as a skull is powerful because he has very powerful skills. Sawblade Slash, for instance, is like definitely a very powerful skill that has good crit item potential because it deals a bunch of instances of damage very quickly. Triple Stab, is that what it's called? Let me pull up the Swordsman for this because I always forget his other skill names. Double Slash is the only one I kind of don't like. It's kind of weird. It like displaces him on the screen. It's very strange. But Rusty Piercer's good, and so is Triple Pierce. And like, even though bleed is not a good focus, having bleed along as like just passive damage that happens whenever you use the Swordsman, like, as long as you're not building around it, like, just having it there is nice. So like, the fact that he has this tacked on status isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing. Even though, like I said, you can focus bleed and you can have good results, but it's just very high roll dependent, and generally you just shouldn't. Like, just focus on him, like the skull himself, because he himself is still a pretty decent skull. He has a good swap too. That's another thing, is the Swordsman has a one of the more decent swaps in the game. It's kind of just another Sawblade Slash though. Like, it's just like deals a bunch of instances of damage at once, but like, there's nothing wrong with that. I think it also increases his chance at applying wounds. Normal save for 10% inflict wound, inflict effect of tetanus that lasts for 5 seconds to bleeding enemies. Enemies with tetanus take physical time. I always forget about tetanus. Yeah, it does make you have more of a chance to inflict a wound, which is a good thing. So, where does this leave Swordsman in the meta? This is probably more of an A tier skull. Like, he's definitely not S tier. He's not bad though. I've had plenty of runs in this new era of the game we're in, Swordsman, and they've all been pretty good. I don't think I've had a single bad one, so. No, I did have a bad one. It was one where I focused bleed. So, where is he here? Probably ahead of Warlock, but behind Yaksha, I would say. I think this is a pretty good spot for our buddy here. Not a bad place to be at all, but like, he, you know, he just has problems. Like, he's inherently attached to bleed, which, like I said, it's not a bad thing that's on him, but the status that he's attached to is just, in my opinion, the worst. And the thing is, playing bleed outside of Swordsman's run is even harder. So like, this is like the bleed guy. Like he's the only one, and he's the only thing that even ever makes me want to play bleed. Like, There are some like kind of niche bleed runs you can play with Pikeman with like thorny pauldrons, and I guess some tackle dashing power skulls could also do it. But like this is the bleed. Like the fact that bleed is bad just it makes him undesirable, and like he just doesn't have the damage output of a lot of these high tier guys. Also, the more man, I'm definitely gonna move up in S tier by the time this is over. He definitely doesn't belong back here at all. We'll revisit this stuff at the end. We still got 5 skulls left, and we're ending on some bangers too. So let's talk about Gravedigger. I think this is a skull that gets overlooked often by a lot of people, even though he 100% doesn't deserve it. This is the other true summoner in this game. You have Recruit up here, and then you have Gravedigger here. Gravedigger is like, he's a power skull for one, and he's another one of those skulls that has physical basics, but is like a magic damage dealer. The physical basics on this guy are actually unironically kind of annoying in some ways, because there is no reason to ever use his basic attacks. He's 100% a magic damage dealer. So if you're not playing mixed damage on this guy, his basics become completely and utterly useless eventually, because you're building a magic run and your physical basics deal like no damage. And there is downtime whenever you're playing as really any skull, where you're not casting skills and you're just hitting them with your basics. Like even like some warrior even probably sometimes does that, but not often. But like when you're stuck in those situations on Gravedigger, your basics are doing nothing. So like it is weird, and it is definitely occasionally hurtful, but like not enough to make this guy bad or anything. It's basically just a literal like -1 point in a 100-point score. So like it's meaningless ultimately, but it is worth talking about. This is a skill skull basically. Like he deals skill damage. What you do with this guy is like whenever you're at legendary, or I think it's always actually, now that I think about it, whenever you playing this guy in general, he summons a bunch of like zombies, a bunch of zombie skulls that walk around the screen. And you have to hit those skulls, and then they turn into a grave, and that grave is now a spot where you can summon one of your but the real way that you generate graves on this guy to summon minions is by swapping with him. And I think that's probably the reason a lot of people overlook Gravediggers, because like I said earlier, swapping in this game is like one of the most underutilized, very powerful mechanics that a lot of new players, and even like veteran players even, like there's a lot of players in this game who don't utilize swaps. So like a skull like this is not going to appeal to them as much as it should, because he's very reliant on swapping often, because grave generation without swapping is very obnoxious. So with Gravedigger, you definitely want to have a powerful partner skull to make up for the time that you can't be out as Gravedigger, because you run out of graves to place your summons on. But once again, like I said with Recruit, any summoner skull, you can essentially play 2 skulls at the same time, because the whole purpose of this skull, like the entire reason he exists, is to summon. So like you place your summons and then you swap out to another skull. This guy is still doing his function, you know? Like the summons are dealing damage for you. So like this guy is doing exactly as he's intended, even though he's not out actively anymore. So like I said, it essentially, and I don't even think it's essentially, it's literally basically, like quite literally, you're playing 2 skulls at the same time. You're getting so much value out of it with summoner skulls, which is why I hold Recruit to such high regard, and why I hold Gravedigger to such high regard as well, because I'm telling you right now, he's an S tier skull. His skills by and large are all useful. He's another one of those one useless, and even then it's not that useless, but he has one skull that's like a cut below the rest, and the others are varying degrees of good. He has Macbeth, which is his big damage dealer. It's like he summons this big goon who just kind of slams the ground, but he deals a fuck ton of damage, and he's definitely like his premier like big hitter skill. So if you want big hits, like you say you're playing Soul Strike or something as your dark ability, you definitely want Macbeth. He has King Lear, which is in my opinion his strongest skill by far. It's like a really good DPS skill where he summons a guy that fires projectiles at the enemies, and when he finishes firing projectiles at the end of his cast time, he like shoots a rolling boulder that rolls around and hits enemies. In boss arenas, you can literally just have like a bunch of rolling boulders and a bunch of projectiles hitting the boss who cannot escape your projectiles or attacks because he's stuck in a square. So like, you know, square arenas in boss fights are literally where this guy shines the most with King. And really just in general, like his skills shine way more in boss fights than they do. His other skill is called Othello, which is his only skill that really works well in rooms. Like, one thing that is a definite criticism you can levy at Gravedigger is he's not as good in rooms as he is against bosses, which is another reason you need to have a powerful partner skull to make up for that. But Othello makes him like a little better in rooms because he can actually hit enemies above him. And that's another thing about Gravedigger that you can say is like he doesn't, none of his skills have verticality, basically. They're all very horizontal based. Like, even the goon Macbeth, who's like big, can't hit like an inch above his head. Like, the second an enemy is like say this is Macbeth and an enemy is up here, Macbeth ain't hitting this fucker, okay? Macbeth he's exclusively a horizontal boy. But Othello summons spears out of the ground that can hit above him. So like Othello is that skill that you want if you're exclusively playing Gravedigger and you don't have a partner, even though you should have a partner. Othello will be your go-to for dealing with rooms. And also it's probably his second best crit item ability he has. King Lear being the best one, but if you're playing crit items, you definitely want Othello as your second. And then he has Hamlet, which is like death by numbers, basically, because Hamlet is I'm trying to think how to describe it. It basically hits things with a club, but like it can't hit. And like, say this is an enemy and this is a Hamlet, right? Hamlet ain't hitting this, and I'm not even joking. I'm fairly certain, literally, if this was an enemy and this was a Hamlet, Hamlet would not be able to hit this. It's basically like shorthand, where it's like the enemy has to be standing on top of Hamlet for it to be able to hit it. It has like pathetic range. But the thing about Hamlet is whenever you summon one Hamlet, and this is the case with a lot of, in fact, I think all of Gravedigger's legendary skills, you have one grave on the ground at legendary. If you summon, say, a King Lear, it will summon 2 King Lears. If you have a Macbeth, it will summon 2 Macbeths. But if you have a Hamlet, it summons 4 Hamlets. So like one grave can produce 4 Hamlets. Normally, even this is utterly useless in rooms. But in boss arenas where the enemy is stuck in a square, they cannot escape the Hamlets. They will still take damage from the Hamlets. But it's still his worst skill. So avoid Hamlet if you can. Try and get King Lear. Try and get Othello or Macbeth. But if you're stuck with Hamlet, your King Lears will do work for you in rooms and stuff, and then you can just use your Hamlets for bosses. It's not the worst thing to be stuck with, but it's not good. But where does that leave Gravedigger in the grand scheme of things? Very, very high. He may even be here, honestly, above Ghoul. I think I'll put him behind Ghoul, but this is definitely, he's definitely an S tier skull, for sure. Gravedigger is very powerful. Being able to play 2 skulls at once is just enormously beneficial. It's extreme value, and Gravedigger is overall stronger than Recruit. I do have to mention, I forgot to mention it at this point, none of Gravedigger's summons can move, whereas Recruits can. So that's like a thing Recruit has over Gravedigger, but Gravedigger deals more damage, so he goes higher than our boy back here. But that's not to diss Recruit at all. I'm a Recruit stan. I'm a Recruit fanboy. So, but Gravedigger is just, in my opinion, just a little bit above Recruit. So, solid placement for our boy there. Now we're getting to the big hitter. The literal biggest possible hitter. This guy here, okay? Skul. The starter Skul. A lot of new players see this guy and they're like, well, he couldn't possibly be good, right? Because there's an achievement you get when you beat the game with him, which must mean it's hard, right? And also, he's the beginner guy, so like, you know, he probably just sucks. I'm going to swap away from Skul every run, because bringing him to the end of the game is probably one of the hardest things you can do in Skul, period. Right? Wrong. Boom. No spoiler here. He's up here, but where is he up here? Skul is one of the best skulls in the entire game. Why? because he's very unique with what he can do. No other Skull does what he does. Skull is a very unique Skull in the sense that his skills, at least one of his skills, has no cooldown on it. Let's pull him up, actually, because there's a lot to talk about with Skull, and I'm actually kind of running around in my head trying to figure out how I describe this. Is he on the wiki? No shot, they forgot to put fucking Little Bone. Wait, no. No, okay, he's pink. What? Okay, here we go. A little bit unfinished, but that's fine. His skills, he only has 2 skills. He's the only Skull like this. I think every Skull in the game has at least 4. He only has 2. Or some have 3, I guess. I think. No, they all have 4. Never mind. His skill is when he throws his head. Throw his head is dealing magic damage. The cooldown is reset when the Skull is recovered. And his other skill teleports you to the location of where you threw your head. See, this has no cooldown on it, though, is the thing that's very special about this. Because when you retrieve your head, the cooldown is refreshed. And that's basically the beginning of how a Little Bone Run works, is you have skills that have little to no cooldown on them. You can spam them like crazy. What does that mean? Well, I've talked about it a few times during this tier list, but there's an archetype in this game called ability spam items, which are items that activate whenever you use an ability, such as Mage's Necklace, Olive Tree Cudgel, which is a new one, Manatech Gravity Generator. There's a fair amount of new ones. So you start with a Bone of Mana is another one too. So you grab items like that, and then Little Bone is off to the races, because suddenly his abilities that deal almost no damage, because the damage that these deal is almost nothing. His basic attack is nothing you're at home about. His swap is horrible because it traps you in an animation you can't get out of. You're stuck in it, literally, and it makes him very vulnerable. So, like, the bare basics that Little Bone has for him are bad, and I don't blame people for seeing this and thinking that Skull is bad and then, like, not wanting to build with him. But ability spam items completely changes the fate of this guy, because he goes from one of the worst Skulls in the game to one of the best Skulls in the game very quickly. But it doesn't even end there, because the devs over time, like, I think they did this in the Dark Mirror patches, is they gave him a weird mechanic where he can cancel his animations using his basic attack. Like, whenever you teleport to your head when you throw it, he comes out of the ground, and it's like it used to be, at least, an animation that you cannot skip. You could speed it up, but you could not skip it. Like, you were beholden to how fast he can come out of the ground. But these days, if you use your basic attack when he's coming out of the ground after you throw your head and teleport to it, it cancels that animation instantly. And that instantly allows you to use your refreshed head toss skill to do it again. And eventually you can get your cooldown so low that, like, even because you can't speed up this cooldown. Like, you can't reset this cooldown, but it's only 3 seconds. And if you get enough skill cooldown, you can make it instantaneous refreshment, basically. Like, so you can throw your head, teleport to it, cancel the animation, have your head toss immediately refreshed. Your teleport skill is already off its cooldown, and then you can just chain it constantly, like instantaneously using your skills constantly, which allows you to immediately, like, or just like with no cooldown at all, make your ability spam items constantly activated, basically. So that's like the beginning, or that's like, at that point you've reached the power, like the true power of a Little Bone Run. But there's also other items now that you can use attached to your basic attack, since you're also now using your basic attack, that you can get, such as Mana Eater, or even like rapidity items, or items like Evil Sword Tyrion, or Mana Gauntlet. You can grab items like that. There's that new item, the Demon Sword. That's the Arthur legendary that you can have. Like, you can get items that both are attached to ability spam and basic attacks that you can bring on your Little Bone Run to turn him into just like a ridiculous powerhouse, to the point to where, like, no other Skull can compete with the damage that this guy can do. I actually have a very recent video that I think is titled, like, "This Will Convince You That Little Bone is the Strongest Skull in the Game," that exactly demonstrates why I'm about to do this right here. Because Little Bone is the best Skull in the game. Like, this is the strongest Skull, the most capable damage dealing Skull in the entire game, and it's zero fucking contest. Nothing can come close. Not this, not this, not, well, maybe this if you have like the right crit item run. But this is just a powerhouse Skull. He's not a one-trick pony like this guy. This guy is a multi-trick stuff. And also, there's a new item called Hand of the Destroyer, which is an ability spam item that stuns. So now, not only can Little Bone, you know, deal a fuckload of damage, he can also stun his enemies to the point where they can't move at all, which you'll see me do in that video if you go watch it. Like, I even did a stun-focused Little Bone run that wasn't even that bad. Like, without any of the usual tricks that Little Bone does, I just built stun Little Bone, and it worked. It was good. So now Little Bone has a stun path that he can take. That's not bad. Like, he's not even just like ability spam the Skull anymore. He can do other things. Like, this guy, like, the devs made sure to make their flagship character as overpowered as possible. Like, Little Bone don't fuck around. So I very proudly put him at the top here. I think a lot of people, like, I don't think this will be controversial because people who know just know, you know? If you play this game enough, you will see this after a while, that Little Bone is just, like, goated. But maybe a new player won't like this, but trust me, I have 2,000 hours in this game. Just go play the ability spam items Little Bone run, and then come back and comment. Like, don't leave the comment now. I know you're typing it. You're click-clacking away. Haxa, that doesn't even make sense. He's so weak. Stop. Go play the ability spam Little Bone run, okay? And, you know, you can even go mixed damage. Like, you're not beholden, especially on Little Bone. Like, this is the epitome of mixed damage. Because, like, you're not beholden to physical or magic on a Little Bone. Because, like, his skills don't really do anything. Like, none, you don't play Little Bone for any of this. Like, none of this matters. So, like, maybe this is also a good Skull to introduce people to mixed damage runs. Because, like, he's like a blank slate, basically, since none of the mechanics inherently attached to him or the damage he deals matters at all. It's all about the items. Like, without items, Skull would suck, but, like, with items, he's great. So let's move on. Yeah, let's move on. My nephew's crying. I don't know if this is picking up on the microphone. I'm not. You know what? I'm going to take a step away for just a brief moment. All right, apologies about that. Just wanted to make sure everything was okay. Let's move on to Rockstar. This is a Speed Skull who is a special or a magic attacker. There I go with the Pokemon terms again. Rockstar is definitely a Skull that is like a Speed Skull, but he doesn't really fit, in my opinion, the archetypical Speed Skull, where it's like DPS based. Or I guess he is DPS based, but like Rockstar's about big damage, in my opinion. Because the entire gimmick of this Skull is that like he places amps around the map. Like he has a skill that he once again always has. There's a few Skulls in the game that are like that. This is one of them. He always has the amps. The amps is a multi-stack skill. You can have up to 3, and when you place them down, they like pulsate and deal damage. But but they also fill up a meter at the bottom of your screen. Once again with the meters, where once it maxes out at 100, it enters like this this extreme DPS state where you summon a rock band to play along with you, and as they're playing, the amps that you left around the map start pulsating even faster and dealing even more damage. It's like a gigantic burst attack. It's one of the strongest burst attacks in the entire game. It's definitely the thing that sets Rockstar apart from other Skulls. Though it's not all Rockstar has. Rockstar actually has more tricks up his sleeve than I think people realize. But, like, this is the premier thing about Rockstar that makes everyone like him so much. But also, Rockstar is also a fairly good stun Skull as well. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm mistaken in the Hunter thing. And I'm sure people will point this out before they watch the entire thing, which is fine. I think I said Hunter's the only one that has stun on his swap. That's not true. Rockstar has stun on his swap. When you swap out into Rockstar, he leaps into the air and then like hits the enemy over the head with his his rock or his guitar, and that stuns enemies. So not only excuse me, holy moly, not only does he have that swap that can stun, but he also has a skill that does a very similar thing where he just hits the enemy upside the head with it, and that also stuns. As for other skills though, I don't think he has anything else that's too noteworthy about his skills. Not that the other skills are bad, but those are, like, in my opinions, the best ones. In my opinion, not opinions. One of them is, like, a power slide that, like, leaves, like, a trail of damage. And Chorus just makes him, like, play, like, a little, like, guitar solo, but he's, like, stuck in place when he's playing it. I think it's like one of those skills that you can hold down the skill attack button and it lasts longer if you do that. But there's not too much to say about it, in my opinion. Though it does set up amps, and I think those amps work with his ultimate, like his passive that we were talking about earlier. But in my opinion, Climax is like truly the thing that makes like his other archetype that he can build into, which is stun. And even if you aren't building into stun, it's like still a very powerful ability that you can use. But the amps are what it's all about on this guy. Definitely a very powerful skull. He also has one of the only auto basic attacks in the game where like you don't have to press the skill or the attack button over and over. If you just hold it down, he will attack, but it's both good and bad for him. Alchemist has that as well, but Alchemist, while you're holding down the attack button, still like he's like perfectly normal. Like a Rockstar, if you're holding down the attack button and you're trying to dash, it actually gets rid of his dash iframes and it makes you take a bunch of damage. So you actually have to be careful for how long you hold down your attack when you're playing with Rockstar. Don't go too crazy with the auto basics because you will die. But if you're in a safe spot and you want to use your auto basics, by all means. Personally, I, no matter what, always pretty much hold down, or don't hold down, like I don't use auto basics, I just click over and over. I don't know why, but that's just kind of always been how I play this game. Even with Alchemist, I kind of find myself doing it, even though it's like completely safe to hold down your basic with Alchemist. With all that said though, excuse me by the way, I just ate dinner, so I guess my throat's fucked up, but where does that leave Rockstar in the grand scheme of things? Once again, definitely an S tier skull. He deals too much damage to not be S tier. He's very fluid, I should say, and very, I don't know, he's just good. Rockstar feels good to play, but where is he among these ranks? I think I had him in A tier last time. Big mistake. He's definitely an S tier skull. I think he's better than this. I think he's better than this. Actually, he probably belongs here because I don't think he's better than Samurai. But he is very good. Like, Samurai is just, like, big damage, and it's very consistent and easy to pull off. Whereas, like, this guy has a passive that has an extremely long cooldown, and that's his primary damage dealing, is, like, that big burst. And it does take a while for it to come back online. And one of the big problems with Rockstar that is especially problematic for me, but probably not for a lot of you guys, is if you swap out of Rockstar, it stops a lot of what he does from functioning. His cooldown doesn't tick whenever you're not out as Rockstar. So like if you use your band and then swap back into Rockstar, no time will have passed on the cooldown. Also, if you place amps as Rockstar and you swap out into another skull, the amps stop working. He's actually one of those skulls in the game that there's not a lot of these. Ghoul's one of them, but also Rockstar is definitely a skull in this game that kind of incentivizes not swapping often, which is both good and bad because, like I said earlier, he has a very good swap with the stun on it. So yeah, you know, that's problematic, especially for me, but probably not for a lot of you guys. But I don't know. I'm not really factoring that too much into my ranking of him because it's, I don't know, like, just don't swap with Rockstar if it's that big of a problem. It's not that hard. Like, he's just a good skull. I really have only good things to say about Rockstar. He's not, like, up here with the big boys, but he is up here with the, you know, he's sitting pretty. He's in the sitting pretty category, so. Let's move on to a very exciting skull here. This is the King. Excuse me, had to mute. This is the Dead Cells crossover skull. This is the Prisoner. If you're a Dead Cells fan, you're probably very familiar with this character, obviously. Maybe you're like somehow stumbled onto this video and you have no idea what Skull is. Well, and you know what Dead Cells is, but well, the devs had an official crossover with Dead Cells. They, I guess, are on good terms, so. This is from that game. The skull functions exactly as you would expect. Actually, I'm very curious what his page looks like, because this is a very unique skull in so many ways. He has, like, you know, I said most skulls have at least 4 skills. I think he has like almost 20 or something. He has so many skills. I wonder what his page looks like, actually. How many skills do they have here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at this. Oh, and they also have upgrades, too. So, man, they must have took him a long time to do this whole page. But, Yeah, he has a fuck ton of skills, and they're all based off of weapons from Dead Cells. It's very cool. This is one of the most fun skulls to play for sure. He's also very, very powerful. Like, this isn't even where his uniqueness begins and ends. Like, there's so much to talk about with this guy. He can find chests. Like, this is how you get your skills, is you find like chests throughout your runs. They can appear in any room randomly. And you can also find curse chests. This is like the prized possession of king runs. This is what everyone wants to find on their king runs, is as many of these as possible, because the more curse chests you find, the better your skills will be. And also, it, as you see here, increases damage dealt by 100%, but also increases damage received by 50. It's very dangerous to play with a bunch of curse chests. I actually lost a run recently off camera because I had 4 curse chests and I challenged Dark Skull. Big mistake. But it was yeah, I died very quickly. But very dangerous to take a bunch of curse chests, but also very rewarding, because like the faster you can get out of a fight, the better. He's just very unique in the way that he plays. No other skull comes even close. Like, very unique experience every time you play a king run. And he's also very powerful. He's also very weird too. Like, his swap is one of the weirdest swaps in the whole game. When you swap with king, he comes out, he deals a magic damage swap where he throws a bunch of daggers in different directions, and it inflicts wound. It's a magic attack that inflicts wound. It's so weird. There's swap upgrades? I don't know. I don't know what this is about. But yeah, it deals magic damage and inflicts wounds. It's so bizarre. But I think it's just because like he also is quite the bleed skull. I actually said earlier that outside of Swordsman, I can't imagine a bleed run, but you can definitely get away with it on also, this description is wrong. Cleaver deals it like deals physical damage, and I think it also inflicts wound. But these 2 skills are quite good bleed skills that are not on Rockstar, so you can definitely get away with it on this. But like, he has so many fucking skills, and to talk about all of them would take forever. Wolf Trap's a really good one. It is like one of the strongest, if not the strongest, stun skills in the game. Can you fuck off, please? Thank you. Fire Grenade's good. Any trap skill is good, so double crossbow-o-matic is good. Cleaver's really good. Ice crossbow is good. There's just so many good skills. And also, the main thing about this guy, and this is another skull that definitely encourages you to not swap often. Whenever you attack an enemy, you have a chance to gain cells, and whenever you have cells, you can max stack them as you're playing king. It gives you like stat increases that are very, very, very powerful. And it's very easy to consistently maintain them. But whenever you swap out, it completely gets rid of your cell count, and you have to start over from the beginning. So like, solo king runs are very much worth your time. I often do still swap whenever I'm playing unknown or king, because the curse chest bonus applies universally across your run. So like, if you're playing with your partner skull, you will also have 100% damage increase and received increase by 50% whenever you're playing as your partner. So like, sometimes I'll do solo king runs, but more often than not, I'll just swap on my king runs regardless. But that's just a me thing. We talked plenty about this skull. There's a lot more. Like, he's very complex. To really talk and get in detail and depth about king would take forever. But where does he rank among his peers? King is 100% an S+ tier skull. 100%. He's even one of the top skulls in the entire game. So he's not chilling here in the back of S+. He's among the kings. He's among the best of the best. Frankly, I think he's here. Or you could even make arguments for here. But for me, he's 4th. And some people won't like that, but it's my tier list. But also, the competition here at the top is just so fucking fierce. Like, there's so much fucking competition here at the start. Like you're competing with Little Bone, you're competing with Bomber, you're competing with Werewolf. Like, Werewolf has Hunt. King has nothing like that. Hunt is free. Like, sure, King has the 100% off of Curse Chest, but it also hurts him. Hunt does not hurt Werewolf. Bomber has like the chaining swaps and the enormous damage of Kaboom. No other Skul does what Bomber does. And Lil Bone just is the fucking maverick, you know. He does everything. Like, he's just ability spam. He deals the most damage of any Skul in the game. It's just ridiculous amounts of damage coming from Lil Bone. So it's like, 4th place is not a bad place to be. There's a lot of people who would put King at the very tip top. And, you know, a few patches ago, sure. Like, if we're talking pre-DM, potentially, like, you know, I can hear arguments for it. But for me, my money, the new additions to the game make taking 200% damage extra than you normally would pretty fucking rough. Like, you know, not even getting into the Dark Skull, but you know, against Alexander, like, if you fuck up, you're gonna take 1 billion damage. And obviously, you know, just get good and all that shit. You can say that, but it's not like I'm bad with King. I'm good with King, with room for improvement as I get better at these new bosses, obviously. But like, even outside of like a skill point, like, you just have to acknowledge the facts that 200% damage taken is rough. Okay, you know, just from a mechanics standpoint, which none of these other guys deal with. So if you're mad about Unknown King being 4th, that's my response. Shut up. We're moving on to the last but not least, Thor, one of the new Skuls. And it kind of shocked that he's last. I guess I drug a bunch of Skuls ahead of him. But, or maybe he was last the whole time. I wasn't paying enough attention. But this is definitely, in my opinion, the Skul out, or I guess there is no point saying my opinion. This is the Skul I was most excited about when I was getting into this new patch. Like, I was very, very excited to play Thor. And he did not let me down even a little. This is a very, very, very good Skul. There's also a lot to talk about here. It sucks that I don't have the wiki up because, you know, he's not on the wiki. And he's very complex. Thor is a very interesting Skul. Before Legendary, he is not as good as he possibly... Like, at Legendary, it's a very massive upgrade for him. So, like, before Legendary, he's nothing too impressive. He's not bad. Thor has, like, a meter. Once again, we're talking about meters. That fills up whenever you use your skills. And when the meter has any juice in it at all, whenever you use your basics, after a certain combo in your basic, he will shoot lightning at the enemies. And it deals skill damage, I believe. So, like, his basic attacks are just a means to deal more skill damage, which means he's very powerful with dark abilities like Predicted Pain, especially. Also, you can make arguments for Soul Strike with him as well. But really, honestly, he's a Predicted Pain guy the whole way through. But not even at Legendary, at Rare, he gets this thing called Electrocution. It's like a debuff he can put on enemies that, after you deal damage to them, it has a chance to proc, which will like deal constant skill damage to them. But it's really only like a notable thing at Legendary. Before Legendary, it's there, but it's not doing too much. But at Legendary, it's like the amount of damage that Electrocution deals to your foes is crazy. And you've probably seen it on your runs. It's like when they have like in the center of their mass, they have like a electric ball that's shooting a bunch of lightning out. That's the Electrocution debuff. The very special thing about the Electrocution debuff, and I don't even know why the devs did this. It's kind of nutty that they did this. Like, and it was only pointed out to me very recently that this is a thing. But the Electrocution debuff can be procced by items. Like, normally in this game, the only thing that can proc statuses or anything like that is skulls. Never before, at least to my knowledge, before this point, have items been able to interact and apply status debuffs or anything like that until now. And Thor is the first and only one who can do it. And the potential, like, you might think that doesn't sound like a big deal, but like, imagine having a high crit rate, right? And you're already attacking the enemy a bunch of times. So like, you already, like, just based on that, have like the base % chance to apply like the Electrocution debuff. But every time you attack the enemy, you're also proccing an Invisible Knife. And that Invisible Knife has an additional chance to apply the debuff. So like, it just incrementally increases your odds of applying this Electrocution debuff up to the point where like every single effect that you have as you use your skills and basics and stuff has a chance to apply this debuff. And there's a new item that they introduced with Thor called Storm storm clouds. I talked about it earlier. And this, whenever you attack at all with your basic attack, will send a lightning bolt down. And that also has the chance to apply the electric. So you can see what I mean, right? It's like a snowball effect. Brawl can apply it. Brawl is probably one of the best things that can apply it. And if you have not played a Brawl enhanced Thor run, you should. Build Brawl 4, because they also introduced a really good item that's a Brawl item with Thor as well that deals magic damage in addition to the Brawl that you're doing. It's very good. Build Brawl 4 on Thor and just watch the Electrocution and Brawl interact with each other, because whenever Electrocution hits an enemy, it procs Brawl. And then when Brawl procs, it has the chance to reapply the Electrocution. And it just kind of like compounds and scales off itself to the point to where like the enemy, because Brawl Enhanced makes the enemy caught in slowness debuff. So like you can like chain Brawl into Stormcloud, or Brawl into Electrocution, and then Electrocution chains Brawl, and they just get stuck in a loop of slowness. It's so fucking overpowered. It's like one of the strongest things I've ever seen in Skul the Hero Slayer. Thor is very, 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 very good. He's so good that I'm even tempted to put him up here. I'm not even joking. I might do it too. Like, if anything, he's here. Like, guaranteed S. At the tip top. He may be here. He may even be here. But the thing, like, Thor is very, very good. I don't think he's better than Hercules. I think he's probably here, if I had to keep it real. I think I'm going to leave him here, honestly. Like, the more I think about it, the more I just realize, like, Thor is just, like, he's definitely a skull to keep your eye on. They were not fucking around with Thor. The only bad thing I can say about Thor is his basic attack without any investment is very slow. But you can easily fix that with, like, any amount of rapidity. Like, Pain and Despair is his best friend. Very dense basic attack speed. I would even run Lethal Speed on a Thor run, because it increases your basic attack if you have crit rate. Stuff like that. You got to kind of think outside the box with Thor, but like, it's not hard to build a good Thor run. I've played plenty of Thor runs off screen and on screen, and every time I play him, I'm very satisfied. He's just fun. He feels good. To get into his skills a little bit, because I realized I overlooked them just because I was so excited about Electrocution. Most of his skills are not that good, which I guess is the downside. The only one I really truly like is the concentration one. I forget what it's called, but one of his attacks that strikes the ground and then lightning shoots up, you can concentrate it, and it deals like a really good amount of damage. And as long as you have any amount of concentration speed, like Trainee Necklace, you can get through it relatively quickly. His other skills are just kind of mediocre. He has like a dash one, it's fine. He has a one where he throws his hammer, it's fine. He has another one where he strikes the ground that's not concentration, it's fine. I'm not there for the skills on Thor. I'm there for the basic attacks. I'm there for the fucking Electrocution debuff. That's all you need with Thor. And with that, that's every skull tiered. But we're not done, because I want to go over this and redo some of this. Kind of have a look around, and last minute addition. So that's what this last minute changes is what this segment will be. I already see one I want to change. I want to move up Hercules from here. I think he's better than Clown. Just way more consistent, because Clown's a one-trick pony. His trick is great, but like Hercules is just like, he does it all, you know? He's got the iframes, he's got the stack skills, he's got good damage. I don't think he's better than King, but he's certainly better than this. I think the rest of this I'm pretty happy with. This is a pretty good S+ tier for me. Let's move on to S. How do I feel about this? Definitely Gambler goes up. He's better than Lich. He's better than Living Armor. He's better than Mage. He's better than Rider. He's better than... Actually, nah, I think he's good here. That's good. What about Lich? I think he's better than Living Armor. I don't think he's better than... he's probably better than Mage. No, he's not. Alright, that looks good. I think I'm happy with the rest of this. Let me just have a real quick glance over. Looks good to me. Put Mage above Rider, I think. Yeah, I'm going to leave Mage there. Living Armor, I don't like putting him at the end, but I don't think he's better than these guys, so... But being at the end of S is not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Like, he's sitting pretty. Don't be too upset, Living Armor fans. At least he's an S. Let's move on to A. The B, C, and D are, you know, like, there's really no changes here. Like, this is very simple stuff. But A could have some changes in it. I'm happy with this. This is good. This is good. Good. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking this looks pretty good to me. Is this all the last minute changes? I might move Warlock above Sword. Yeah. Move Warlock above Sword. That looks good to me. That's a solid A tier. And B, C, and D, like I said, very simple stuff. There's only 5 skulls down here. As you can see, I have a pretty high opinion of most of the skulls in this game. Pretty much every skull, and even Champion is still a usable skull. He's just like, he has fundamental issues that are just not, like, until the devs fix him, he will not be able to overcome those fundamental flaws. Davy and God of War Officer, whatever you want to call him, are good, but they're both awkward and clunky. They deal good damage. There's nothing really wrong with them in that department, but like there's just some mechanic about them that makes them harder to use, that just puts them a cut below some of the other skulls. B is basically like for, I don't know, bun decided, I guess. Like, I feel like if any tier is useless in this tier list, it's B. Because, like, these could also be C tier skulls. They definitely aren't A tier skulls. But, like, Unknown King is still new. But, like, the flaws I said about him are just, like, still there. Like, whenever he's not in his transformation, he's just a worse version of what his best version is. So that's, like, wasted time. And whenever he's transformed, it's not even anything that special. It's certainly not as special as Rakshasa. And the best thing about him is like the big damage he deals at the end of his transformation, but that only happens like once every minute and a half or so. And he's a basic attacker skull, which is just inherently at a disadvantage over skill casting skulls. And he does have decent skills, but they're like, since he's a basic attack focused skull, the devs made his skills nothing to write home about. Like, they're not bad, but they're not incredible. So yeah, I just think he is currently lacking in a lot of ways. I wish they would give him a little more damage, just on, like, naturally give him a little more damage. But he's very item reliant, and even then, it's just, you know, it is what it is. A Dark Paladin is just clunky in general. Like, he's got, like, a lot of skills that take a long time to cast, which is very awkward. So you need, like, Mana Tech 3. His big draw is his basic attacks getting enhanced and amplified by having filling up his meter with his skills, but you only get 10 shield. And here's how the thing about HP barrier or shield, whatever you want to call it, the game doesn't like allow you to safely protect your most important shield. I kind of wish different shields were colored differently, and the game would like prioritize shields in like different ways. So like Dark Paladin's 10 shield would be purple or something, and then if you like say break a shield shrine or something, that puts blue shield ahead of your purple shield, so like you could protect your most important shield with more shield. But the way the game currently just calculates shield is it's all one big flat glob, and if you take, say you get his shield, and you know, you have the 10 shield that you're really protective over, and you break a shield shrine, no matter what, if you take 10 damage, it gets rid of your most important shield. So like, there's no way to actually protect the important shield, and it's literally only 10 shield. Like, every fucking enemy in the game past a certain point does more than 10 damage when they hit you, if not literally every enemy. So it's a matter of like, just don't get hit, and you can use your Dark Paladin base enhancement. But like, that's hard. That's easier said than done in Skul the Hero Slayer, and it's just I don't know. He used to in the past, when Dark Paladin was better, his swap would generate his passive, but they got rid of that for some reason and never fixed it. I don't know if they did it on purpose or if it was a glitch, but like his swap is decent, but it no longer generates his passive to allow him to get to his shield quicker or his enhanced basics anymore. So yeah. I don't know why I decided to analyze these two further at the end. Hopefully people watch to the end and hear that who wanted to learn more about these skulls, but I don't know, I just felt like explaining it because B tier just kind of feels like a hang around currently. Like these could also easily be C tiers and just get rid of D and move champion up to C. But like I'm happy with this, I guess. I'm pretty happy with this tier list. Like it looks good to me. I feel like I analyze things and assess things in a way that I could explain why I'm doing what I'm doing, why I put things where they did. The only one I feel like I fucked up on was Mummy, but like it's very tough to explain tick refreshing to people who might not even know what that means. You know, like to some people that's going to sound like moon talk, but hopefully you got what I was saying when I was talking about Mummy. And hopefully you liked the video. This one was a fucking doozy to record. I think total, let's see, we got hour 20 on the first session, another hour on that. That's 2 hours. And then the session earlier was hour 14, so we're over 3 hours, and this one is currently probably at like 40 minutes or so this might be close to 4 hours. But hopefully that's entertaining for you guys. I think this is way longer than the last tier list, so whenever I come out with a tier list video, you know it's gonna fucking last forever. So get some popcorn and enjoy. I'm gonna timestamp it this time so people can find their favorite skulls. Yeah, man, I think that's all I got. Appreciate y'all and the support you've given me over the past month that this update's been out. It's been really good. Channel growth has been way higher, and frankly, you know, just it's a good time to be playing Skul the Hero Slayer. So, you know, shoutouts to the console players. Hopefully you guys get your shit soon, but you can live vicariously through me in the meantime. And I think that's all I got here, so thank you guys for watching. I appreciate y'all, and I'll see you again in the next one. Bye-bye.